Well, hello everyone, and welcome in. Welcome in to another broadcast here on the Six Screens Telenetwork. We have a former Jehovah's Witness. He's coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. His name is Eric, and he's doing a great job here on our network. Hello, Eric.
Hey, Rick, how you doing?
I'm doing good. We're in the hotel room up here in Boston, and this is where we're going to have our convention in the year 2025. But we're here doing a protest. We got the witness staying here as well. So we're having a good time, but I'm glad you're able to come on. Now, Eric, we'll keep this program up. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the future here, but let's just have you come on, do your thing. Thank you for being with us tonight, Eric.
Hey, I got a new nickname for you, Rick.
Yeah.
Right? So we got a pasta babe, we got a pasta dude, right? But you're the
Yeah.
pasta king. You're the pasta king.
Well, I'll take.
No,
I'll
I mean,
take.
Rick, you've been doing this for 20 years, and you know, sometimes you've been doing this alone, protesting, and no one wants to do that alone. You have a backbone for our community, and you're a fearless leader.
Well, thank you very much for saying that. Yeah, I've been called the godfather of the apostates, so I'll take.
I like that too.
So that's good. Well, thank you, Eric. So you do your thing. I'm here if you need me. Thank you, Eric.
All right, buddy. Thank you. All right, let me just get set up here, everybody. Get the comment section going. See, I'll start off with saying hi to some people. I'll start off with saying hi to Vern because he said something funny. His comment about he had a comment about what was it? Going on a return visit. Hippie had a see-through shirt on, best 2 hours of his life. I thought that was funny. But anyways, let's see who else is on here. My friend Shaq Composer, that's Jerry, John Marciano, Maverick, Calvin's here, Calvin Possum from Australia. Let's see who else we got here. I'm probably missing people. Aaron Hubbard, and that's all I see for now. But anyways, how you all doing tonight? Hope you're having a great night. I'm doing all right. Doing pretty good. Can't complain. But hopefully we'll have a good night tonight together. I don't really have too many subjects tonight. It'll be a light show, but I was actually going to talk about what's what was I going to? There's a little chatter in the background. It keeps messing with my brain. Sorry, everyone. It keeps making me lose my thought. Anyways, what was I going to say? I was going to talk about Kingdom Hall crashes and cart crashes versus what Rick does with the protesting. And they're all good things. And I've done the cart crashing. But you know what? I don't personally, and it's just my opinion, I don't think the cart crash or the Kingdom Hall crash is as effective as we want it to be. It should be shocking people for what we have to say in the organization, but they're just so conditioned. They're so brainwashed to just ignore no matter what atrocious claims that we have that the organization's done. It's like that movie, my PS controller. It's like that movie, Old School. And when the father swears, he tells the kids earmuffs and they put their earmuffs over their ears and the father has at it. That's just, I don't know. I saw it as an analogy of Jehovah's Witnesses. When anything negative, la, 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 it's earmuffs, they put the earmuffs on. But with protesting, it seems different to me, especially where Rick was in let's see here. Oh, where Rick was at the stoplight. I think that was a pretty good location, man. You couldn't ask for a better one. And you know what? That's using Jehovah's Witnesses mentality of the cart witnessing against them. Only I think Rick's is more effective because nobody cares about a JW cart. JWs do care about people with signs that say Jehovah's Witnesses protect pedophiles or whatever it may say, something to that effect. But anyways, I think it's more powerful because it's on them if they want to come up. It's on them if they want to read it. It's on them how they take it after they read it. And I think it's more powerful. It's like advertisement. It's suggestive. And you know what? someone might go home and just keep thinking about it and bug the heck out of them, and then they look up the Australian Royal Commission and wake up. You never know. You never know. And I think it does. And again, I'm not against crashing. I've done it. I have a video of, well, it's mostly audio. The phone's in my hand. I didn't disrespect the witnesses when I made that, by showing their face. I mean, I guess I could have and scribbled it out, but I didn't want to go there. But I did record them, and nothing really comes of it. You can make all the good points you want, and it's on. I think the key reason is because it's on the person. Um, excuse me. It's on the person whether they want to accept, to change their whole belief system. Really, you know. I know I've told this story a million times, and I'm just a broken record. But or maybe I haven't. I know I've told it a lot to Jerry and Brad. But when I worked at a place, and this guy asked me about a shooting that I knew was, in my opinion, was fake. This one in Virginia. It looked so stupidly fake. It was, and I told him, yeah, it was fake. And he said, "What? Are you kidding me?" And I said, "Nah. Did you watch the video? It looked fake as hell." And he said, "Do you think the government and our media would lie to us?" I'm like, "Yeah." And it was like I destroyed his, or was destroying his belief system. Excuse me, or excuse me, or attacking it. But that's not what I was doing. I was just innocent, and he asked me a question, and I answered it. But I've grown up since. That was probably 2012, maybe. Yeah, around there. I'm gonna just put the. I gotta just mute myself for 1 second. I got this call. Sorry, everybody. I don't know what that was. I took a little drink, but what was I saying? Oh, I learned over those years to just keep my mouth shut about politics and religion, especially in the workplace. Even if someone asks you something, just go, "Oh, yeah, it's horrible." You know, I didn't mean the guy any wrong, but that's the same reaction Jehovah's Witnesses get. When you rock their system, they just don't know how to. They don't know how to react other than just get defensive. And what's funny is it's the same situation with my boss that asked me about the shooting. And why it's the same situation is because he asked me, the witnesses come at your door, right? Or our doors, and they're not happy when you disagree with them, or when you challenge them, or when you put them in a situation to challenge their beliefs. And I think that Rick did a great job tonight, and Larry, and his wife Sue supporting him, and everybody else there that I'm missing. I'm sorry, but I wish I could be there with you guys. I wouldn't want to go to a protest alone in Tennessee. It would make me feel awful, me personally, to do it alone. Just like no support, and everybody just, I'm outnumbered by Jehovah's Witnesses 1,000,000 to 1. But with support, I don't know. I definitely do it for sure. But I think it's a great idea. And the thing is if we all stay silent, no change will ever come. That's what our government wants right now, right? Um, I see a lot of similarities in like the media, the mainstream media, and Jehovah's Witnesses. Why do I say that? Well, because the mainstream media has become so corrupt that they're just pushing a narrative, and that's how I feel about the witnesses. They become so corrupt that all they do is just push a narrative, and then what happens? They slander you if you don't agree with them. If you become an apostate, or a traitor or whatever. Um, I see a lot of darkness coming to the world, and Jehovah's Witnesses don't get to tell us all where the end of this system or how the end of this system of things is going to end. It's a bunch of BS. But again, to get back on Rick, because I got a little off, I think you're doing a great job, Mr. Farron, and I think this is what helps wake people up, because it's every little voice, it's every story of abuse. It's if we, like I said again, if we all stay silent, then they would just get away with murder and just keep doing it. I mean, look what I would like to give it to the apostates of what they accomplished. I think the apostates accomplished the Jehovah's Witnesses losing their religious status in Norway and in other countries, the awakening to it. And there's the title of our show tonight, The Awakening After the Watchtower. There is a massive awakening happening right now. You can thank Google for that, or a YouTube search or whatever. But you can also just think people, I think, are finally getting sick of the abuse and searching for the truth, not just Jehovah's Witnesses, but every aspect in life. Hell, it could be your mechanic, right? I've had it happen to me. I had a mechanic that was honest as hell, and he he was a really good mechanic, and he always did me right, could save me money in a job. Sometimes, usually he'd have a firm price, his hourly rate, but he was there to save you money. He quit drinking and switched to smoking weed, and I don't know why. I liked him better as an alcoholic, but the weed made him scheme, and I'm an avid cannabis user, but I don't. For some reason, I noticed that. I don't know if that's the reason that made him do that, but he started breaking my car, and he started trying to get money any way he could from me, and allowing me to make monthly payments to him. And it was like there was always something going wrong with the car till I figured it out, that he was taking advantage. I feel like that's what's happening with the Jehovah's Witnesses right now. We've got a bad mechanic, right? And they maybe they tried to be good at first, but their ugliness keeps coming out more and more. And it's almost like they are so greedily needing the money from the people that they're shooting themselves in the foot to get more money, if that makes sense. They're devouring themselves, and I think that Watchtower is going to come to a decline really soon from all of this. With with what's happened with President Trump, I feel like is the same thing that the Jehovah's Witnesses do. His opposition, whoever that may be, I have my own theories, but that's neither here to say. But his opposition wanted to murder him, assassinate him, and what do the Jehovah's Witnesses governing body members want to do to their apostates? I mean, it's the same. I mean, they can't murder. They even say it in a Watchtower. We can't murder it because of the law. But back in biblical days, we stone people for adultery. I mean, this organization is going to blackmail you. They're going to bully you. They're going to slander you if you do not play ball with this organization. They want to control the herd and say, look, we're squeaky clean. We're the best. We're God's best people ever. Look how great we are. But really, they're just a steaming pile of doo-doo. But anyways, I've talked long enough. Is there anybody on the phones? And I don't know if Rick put a post on the to go on StreamYard to log in or not. But if there's anybody that wants to talk, I've been talking for a little bit. Let's see. No? All right. Well, I don't know if the phone lines are empty or if it's just kind of quiet tonight. Let's see. I'll check the comments section out. Eric Soros, etc. All right, I'll just keep going here. I don't really see anything. But let's see. We're back to where I was going. Oh, also, when Rick was at the convention, I know we didn't really get to see it, but I'm just curious how many people are apathetic in that audience. And when Rick was saying that there'd probably be like millions, maybe 4 million or 3 million PMOs, it's possible, but who knows what the number would be? Because the thing is that there are PMOs out there that don't even know they're PMOs. Like my brother, he's probably like one of the originals. Like my brother got baptized and was instantly a PMO. Like when he got baptized, he just went through the motions. It was like he was 16 and there was pressure from the family, and he never believed in it. Never. I did. I believed in it. I took it way more seriously than he did. But and hey, kudos to him. but I know there's other people out there. There was this guy Richard Tiplady. He's a PMO, whether he knows it or not. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of people out there that don't even know they're PMO. They just like, I can't do this, so I'll just fake it and go through it and like treat it like church, like the Catholics do, and because Catholicism is so huge in Rhode Island, that's the main competing religion there. But yeah, Watchtower is at a huge decline. They've got a lot of problems going on right now. Um, just the fact that there is security detail when you come into this organization, that says, I mean, to the convention, excuse me, that says a lot right there. I mean, you got to have security detail to get into God's convention. Did when they had what was it, the festivals? Was it the Festival of Booths, or I don't remember, but the festival and back in Bible days, did they did they pat you down for knives and swords? And did they say, oh hey, you're not wearing the right turban? Or I mean, what's going on here? This is crazy. That I know they've had bombings and they've had a lot of tragedies, and there's a reason to have security, but it's just, this wasn't always this way, and I feel like this is the fruitage of Jehovah's Witnesses, of what we're seeing after all these years, and this is after all this abuse, this is what it's become. It's become a place where that's supposed to be open to the public. That's now, they don't want the public there if they think that there's any threat of you hurting anyone, or not even hurting them. Let's face it, it's about Watchtower. Are you going to record us? Are you going to use this? Are you going to make a scene in the audience, or something like that? But yeah, a lot of weird changes coming along in this religion. I mean, I'm only 42. Religion, it's a freaking cult. I'm only 42 years old, and there's just so many changes. I mean, it's ridiculous how many changes there really are. When you guys think about it, I mean, where does it end? And the changes have happened drastically. I find it funny about we'll talk about, I got that highlighted, the August Watchtower a little bit, that they're not going to say disfellowship anymore. Well, it's so asinine because they stopped saying disfellowship on stage. So what is it now? It's stop saying disfellowship with each other, and like, because of legal reasons in the 90s or around the early 2000s, they 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 changed that. So you'll notice anytime someone gets disfellowship, they say, Brother Eric Kubler is no longer a Jehovah's Witness. That's what they say now. Uh, or I don't even know if they say brother, but Eric Kubler is no longer a Jehovah's Witness. Um, so like, it's weird what they're doing because it doesn't make sense, and you can tell that it's legal loopholes that they're doing. You can tell a lawyer is writing all of these rules. don't you don't you feel so great that in a religion that you came from and that your parents or family or whoever are stuck in, your kids are stuck in, and they're following a bunch of men that don't know what they're doing, a bunch of rules that contradict the Bible. It gets old, it really does. I'm gonna just, if you can hold on one second, i'm gonna I'm gonna get my try to fix my TV here because I watched the comments on it. Sorry about that, guys. All right, it'll take a second to come back on. Anyways, but yeah, that's let's move on to another point here. And by any means, if anybody wants to come on, if anybody has something to say, come onto the phone line, or Rick has the link here. Just copy and paste that, or write it down and type it into your browser. But thanks, guys. But anyways, I was going to talk about the separating work and how the Jehovah's Witnesses always talk about that, and how they never involve themselves in it. And wouldn't it be interesting to see? Because it does feel like a separating work is happening right now, like good versus evil, right? It does. I mean, it really does seem like we're living in dark times, and the Jehovah's Witnesses think they're on the side of good, and maybe some of them are, or maybe a lot of them, but as a whole, they really aren't. They really are siding with a demonic spirit. I mean, Satan, really. Because when someone so much blindly follows men, it's where else are you going to end up? Destruction. I mean, the Bible, I'm not being preachy, but it warns us of that, right? Whether the Bible's completely accurate or not, I don't believe it is, but it certainly does have a lot of good points it makes and things that have come true. But the witnesses fall so short from it. They really, really do. And back to the separating work, the thing is right now is you have a lot of people with ugliness coming out, right? You have a lot of people upset that the president didn't die. I mean, that's a horrible attitude. And like, are the witnesses far from that? Not really. You know, they want their enemies to die. Remember Anthony Morris? He got the match, right? Right? That's God's enemies. But when he said God's enemies, he already talked about the apostates, and he already said how they, especially these despicable apostates that once knew Jehovah and turned their back on him. And then he blew it out. He blew out the match. I mean, that was a death threat, and it was really in bad taste. And that's wishing death upon your enemies. And I don't see that any different than people that are on TikTok that are upset that the sniper missed President Trump. You know, and I'm seeing the witnesses say they're no part of the world, but I'm seeing similar qualities that they share with the toxic part of this world. You know, not the good part of this world. Um, a lot of people out there don't wish to see either president murdered. I certainly don't. Let me check up the comments real quick. Oh, we have a guest coming on. Let's see who it is. Tom from New Hampshire, I bet. There we go. Hey, Tom. Oh, are you here? Is that Tom from New Hampshire? Well, you there, buddy? Can you hear me? I don't know if is his microphone off. We can't hear you, Tom. Oh well. Anyways, guys, maybe he'll come back. The connection, it's going to probably be funny tonight. Let's see. Sorry for the pause. I'm trying to get my show up on my TV so that I can look at the comments easier. You can just bear with me 1 second. Here I am. All right. All right. Now I can concentrate a little bit more. So anyways, let's see. I was talking about the separating work, but yeah, I'm not saying that the witnesses are evil and they're on the wrong side, but they're certainly not. I know that they really do think that they're Jehovah's people, and they're in for a swift, maybe not a swift, maybe a long kick in the ass, because they're really going to have to see what path that they've chosen if they keep it up. You know, Desiree and I, my wife and I, we always ask each other if we didn't wake up when we did, at what point would we have woken up if we weren't so abused, and we didn't like basically want the elders to kick us out? Would we have stayed? And then every time that there's a new light or got another guest again. Sorry. Um, every time there was, oh, maybe he didn't mean to come on. Every time there's new light, um, I'm losing my thought. I'm sorry, guys. Trying to do too many things at once. Yeah, I lost my point, so I lost my thought. I apologize, guys. I'll just go back to what I was talking to my next point here. Eric, the JWs still publicly reprove people. Yeah, they do. That's why the August. Thank you, Booker T. Adams. That's why the August Watchtower still doesn't really make sense to me. I guess they just not going to mark people anymore, and they're just going to shun. I don't know. It's very bizarre. But yeah, I agree. It's pretty weird that they're, well, I mean, they're still publicly reproving and they're still disfellowshipping, and now it's up to the congregation to. I'm so glad that they did that. That it's up to the congregation to decide who's a bad association, I guess, or deserve a marking. Um, that's great because the congregations basically will just end up shunning each other. Everyone's going to be disfellowshipped. I see that as a catastrophe waiting to happen. Just wanted to say hi to Tad and his wife from Japan. Nice to see you guys here. Yeah, there's a big mess heading to Watchtower, and I don't think the governing body realizes the consequences of their decisions that are going to happen. I don't think they realize that I don't think they realize how bad it's going to get, and I think they're outnumbered. I don't really like a lot of people. I've been thinking about it a lot lately, and I don't really believe so much that God gets involved with things, but he might be getting involved with the witnesses because they used his name. I still believe God's name is Jehovah, and I know a lot of people don't, and that's fine. It's just a difference of opinion. We'll agree to disagree, but I don't buy into the Jehovah that they preach of who he is. I see him way differently, our Father. And the witnesses are just they're in for a, Rick always keeps saying that their days are numbered, or the circus is the monkeys died, the circus is over. It pretty much is. I hate to keep bringing it up, but I'm just going to use it as a comparison again. It's like the Trump assassination certainly looks like the JFK assassination, right? Kind of similar, different completely, but the way that they try to use the media, it's the same tactics that are from like the 60s. It's the same tactic the dinosaur media has been doing forever, and it's just not working anymore to the people. It isn't. Technology's come along. We have witnesses. And it's the same thing with the Jehovah's Witnesses. They're the same dying media, if you will. They're trying to do this. Hey Rick, I think I can hear you in the background if you don't mind muting yourself. But it's the same dying media. It's the Jehovah's Witnesses are the same. They got no lies left. Like, they've lied so long. How many lies are there left to tell or to cover their lies? And they're losing their power. And the same thing with the deep state, they're losing their power. And the truth is rising to the top finally after all these, decades or even over 100 years. Let's see, Booker T. Adams. What happens, Eric? What happens if JWs at Bethel start making other Bethelites? Oh, you mean like calling them out? I'm not sure what you mean by that comment. But yeah. That's the problem too with Watchtower is they have leaks from Bethel. They've got numerous nightmares on their hands. The child sex abuse cover-ups. My wife and I were talking the other day, and I do think that they are bleeding money from the CSA cases, but I think they're also bleeding money from bad financial decisions. They bought a Ramapo property, and it's kind of seems like they wanted to flip it and they can't, so they're gonna do something with it instead. Then they just bought this other property, and forgive me I wish I had the information on hand, and I don't. But they bought this other property, I don't know where, and it was in a polluted land, and they've got a nightmare on their hands trying to do something with that. And I think these guys are making bad decision after bad decision, and the donations are going to their bad decisions. And then on top of it, they're getting less donations. Let's see, Bob Roberts, the truth is the cream. It always rises to the top eventually. It does. And I feel like we're all watching it in slow motion, right? We're watching a company or religion or whatever lose its reputation status, lose its members, lose its money, straight up money, or its religious status, I should say, as well. Their reputation is through the mud, I think, at this point. If you type Jehovah's Witnesses on YouTube, Do you know that like nothing positive comes up? It's all apostate stuff. And if you do happen to find a Jehovah's Witness video, like I found a sister who said, "I'm just showing you what it's like inside a Kingdom Hall," and she played like 30 seconds of it before the song started, and people were finding seats and stuff and talking. And there was nothing but negativity in the comments. It was like, let's say 70% negative and 30% positive, if that. Maybe 80-20. But I noticed these little things. You know what else I've noticed too? Because I started doing this, I leave bad reviews at Kingdom Halls on Google. And I noticed I'm not the only one. And that's friggin' great. Other people are doing it too. All these little things help. It's not just trolling. It's not just, we're exposing the truth. And the witnesses hate it. They hate it because they don't want to accept the truth. They accepted a lie. How could they accept a different truth? Ina Bizarro Duda says, wasn't Warwick polluted too, or chemical? I missed the comment. Oops. I got back to it. Or Chelmsford, UK. Maybe it was both, Anna, because I know it was polluted in New York. It was a property that they had, and I think it was in the 70s or 60s or something like that. The old governing body members buried ink. Isn't that nice? Yeah, I know you guys hate him, but or love him or hate him. But Lloyd Evans had a brother on that was a Bethel insider who actually worked in that department. That was his profession and still is his profession. And he attested and had proof of how polluted it was, and there's documents and everything. And in fact, it was so polluted that eventually it caught up to them. Whatever environmental agency was involved with it, they got fined, but they didn't go to prison because it actually was prison, small prison sentence for that. But because they said, that we inherited the sins of our fathers, and because it was like 20, 30 years ago, they just let it go. But they did fine them, and they did have to help clean it up a little bit, but it didn't really, the property is ruined. And Anna Bizarro Duda says, "Oh wow, ink it's really bad to dump." It is. Anything that gives the rainbow effect in your water, not good. Lack of thinner will do that too. But yeah, ink is really, really bad for the environment, and to bury that was awful. Who here probably thinks that the governing body of that time, or whoever made that decision, the end of this system's coming in 75, we'll be fine. Nope. Way off. But yeah, they did that, and that's who the heart and soul of this organization is. That's who these men are. Why? Even though these are the older men, well, remember, the newer men idoled the older men. They even had paintings of them in their they even had paintings of them in their at Bethel, near their boardrooms or whatever. Let's see, Erica, I remember in the 80s an assembly speaker said Jehovah would never let homosexuals to get married. Can this be another false prophecy? Yeah, I would say so, or at least a false prediction. False prediction. Because prophecy, I think, is more Bible related, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know, I could be wrong. Same thing, really. But I would consider that a false prediction, in my opinion. Yeah, that's a good point. I never knew that. We were way off. It's like that Dumb and Dumber line. I was way off. They've made a lot of false predictions. They've not just 75, but what about even? I noticed the governing body helper, one of them, said we're in the thresholds of paradise. That was about 3 years ago. Stephen Lett said we're undoubtedly living in the final part of the last day, but final. You guys know the thing. I don't mean to sound like Biden here, but you know the thing. But yeah, you know the drill with that. But I feel like I've been rambling forever. Is anybody in the Does anybody want to come on the show, or does anybody want to call in? I don't know if the phone lines are up, but anyways, I'll keep chatting here. I feel bad sometimes. I feel like I just ramble. You could call me the rambler. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, another part of activism, to get back to that subject a little bit, that I do, and I noticed I'm not the only one. And you know what? I'm on Quora. It's like questions or answers asked, or asked, yeah, whatever. Questions or answers. That thread or forum or whatever. Forum. But yeah, the app. I post questions on there all the time to Jehovah's Witnesses or to anybody else that wants to answer the questions, and they hate me. They call me every dirty name in the book. But the thing that I get the most from them is death threats, right? And you might be like, come on, Eric, you don't get death threats. But yeah, a little bit. I mean, maybe you'll consider it death threat. Let's see, Calvin's in the audience, and I've sent him, maybe Bob Roberts too. I've sent I don't know if I showed Bob Roberts the death threats, but people will say, well, you chose the wrong side and you're going against Jehovah's organization. You're going to die at Armageddon. I mean, it is a death threat because that's not up to them, and they're threatening me that if I keep it up, that I'm going to die, but not by their hands, but by God's hands. But I still consider it a death threat. I mean, I'm not going to report them. I don't care. I'm not losing sleep over it. But I just thought, well, gee, how nasty, how nasty the witnesses can be. Why are they this way? Well, their friggin' leader blew out a match and said that's God's enemies. And they really do wish it. I guess this is what happens when you don't listen to God, you don't follow Christ, and you listen to men. They get you to shun your family, wish all your enemies were dead, sacrifice your life if you need a blood transfusion to Watchtower. What else do they make you do? They make you dress a certain way, talk a certain way. You can only be around certain people. I mean, it never ends, the amount of control that they all want. We've got Aaron backstage here.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Aaron? How you doing, buddy?
How's it going? All right, let me get my camera set up.
There you go.
You can hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
All right, good. Yeah, I just came on. I don't know how long I'll stay on, but I hate to see you just sitting here talking by yourself, And
Thanks, man.
you're saying a lot of good things. I mean, I don't know, how far off topic you want to go, but I mean, what's on my mind? We can talk about
anything. Tonight's topic is just thrown up in the air. Anything anybody wants to talk about is cool.
Well, what's been on my mind is the fact that we had the first, attempt on a former president's life in longer than I've been alive, right? So I'm about to turn 41. And that the last time an attempt on a president's life happened, to my knowledge, that I looked it up, was 1981 with President Reagan. So, and then it's hard for me to believe that it's a coincidence that less than a week afterwards, we have the first global, the biggest IT outage that the world has basically ever seen since the internet became basically the thing that's running the world, And I don't think those two things are coincidence. I mean, whether you want to think that the deep state is behind it or the FEW backwards is behind it, who I'm talking about, Schwab and his cronies at the thing that I won't mention. But yeah, I mean, they even came out and said a few years ago, back in 2020, that a quote cyber pandemic is a very real possibility. And I was just watching a video this morning from Maneko64, who I've been following for years, who was talking about that, and he's done videos about that quite often since 2020. So,
what's that?
Yeah,
he's saying that there's going to be more sniper attacks.
Right. I mean, if you want to believe that this was like a trial run or something, well, maybe.
Mm.
I don't really know exactly how to take it yet, but it certainly is possible that they just slipped it out there to see how everyone would react, and then lo and behold, Tuesday morning, 2 years from now, at 8:40 a.m., suddenly the world goes dark for a month. I mean, you never know, right? I'm just not
Hey,
predicting it,
Aaron,
but
where would the world be right now if President Trump had died? What do you think?
wow. Um, I think we would be looking at a totally different America. I mean, look how divided we are as a nation right now. I mean, we're a divided world, but especially America is more divided than it has been in a long time, at the very least. And
You think do you
probably,
think it could cause World War III or civil war or some kind of war from it? I don't. That's something that went through my mind. I was curious what you thought.
well, Gerald Celente has been on record for saying that World War III has already begun. So
Mm.
I it's possible that we don't necessarily have a shooting war as traditionally we think of world wars as, but I think it's possible that we have things that we're already seeing, like currency wars, trade wars, political instability, and things like that. And then maybe later on, it turns into something different, and you never know what the catalyst for that could be. I mean, maybe China goes after Taiwan or anything.
Mm.
One thing's for sure, that the United States has to keep itself in this as a public, as a spectacle, as a specter for war. They have to keep these wars going, because all the wars are banker wars, and I think GG4GB knows a lot about this, but the
Well,
the
wars are
banks,
so profitable to them,
yeah, that's exactly it.
and
Yeah,
and it's a tool to control. They can control the world scene with war. But you
and
know
of
what?
course
You might
we
be onto something talking about how we're already on World War III, because I mean, yeah, there's a lot of wars going on right now, and our troops may not be technically in Ukraine, but we're funding that war like big time.
Yeah, it just makes me really aggravated, because I was behind a car the other day that had a bumper sticker on there and said, "We stand with Ukraine." And I'm thinking, do you even know what the hell you guys are promoting by
Can you
saying
find
that?
Ukraine on a map?
Right. That's a very good point. Yeah. But I
I
mean,
didn't know where it was. I realized it's. I mean, I knew it was near Russia, but I really don't know much. I didn't know anything about Ukraine before all this. Um, I don't think a lot of other people did either.
yeah, I don't like the fact that the United States uses the dollar as a weapon against other countries, and I don't like the fact that we consider ourselves the world's policemen. Why can't we just stay out of it? Well, because the dollar would probably crash. Plain and simple. And it's already been the world reserve currency for over 50 years. And no fiat currency in history has lasted forever. That's a proven fact. So
Yep.
the dollar itself, the dollar will not last forever either in its current form. Now, whether it turns into a CBDC later or any kind of something like that, that's a possibility. But then you have to think about the fact that if confidence is lost in central banks right now, let's say, central banks are the only thing really propping up the currency for the most part, because just look at how the Bank of Japan has intervened in the yen lately. They're trying to keep it below 160 to the dollar, because they know that you got that long 20+ year trend line. And once that trend line is broken, the yen is going up to between 200 and 300 next. So that's going to cause the yen to fall more and the dollar to get maybe stronger relative to the yen. But it's all just these free floating currencies are a scam. you know
Plus, the more we print money, the less value it has. Excuse me. It just keeps losing value because people keep saying, "Oh, gold's going up." No, the dollar's dropping. That's why
Right.
gold is going up. It's because the dollar's dropping. I just want to give a shout out to Vern from XJW TV. You got a different name, okay? Or has that always been your name? But hey, Vern, and Ruby's here with us. Hi, Ruby.
Hey,
Hey
Ruby.
guys, how you doing?
We're good.
All
How are you
right.
doing, hon?
Doing good. I just wanted to join because just want to support your show and the
Oh, thank
topic.
you, sweetie.
Yeah. If anybody has seen the live that I did with Jimmy Bell, we discussed this and we talked about everything under the sun. It was totally shocking what happened, and I'm so glad that Jimmy has been joining me, talking about politics, talking about the assassination attempt, and just talking about everything, because I'm like, oh my God, like, I can't believe that. I'm still in shock that these things are happening. But yeah, I think that things are changing, and they're changing for the better.
Yeah, I agree with you, hon. I do think that things are changing for the better, because what's good about the change is that people are waking up. You know, there's less and less so-called normies, people who just go along with what's being told through the mainstream media and through even mainstream medicine, right? I mean, you have to come up with on your own what's good for you, in every aspect. Um, you can't just follow. You can't just be a follower. If you're a follower, you're doomed. But it depends. I mean, we're all followers to a point, but you can't just like you have to use your noggin. I think that's something that Jehovah's Witnesses really lack, and it makes them kind of stupid. Is because they just don't like my mother-in-law. If you talk anything political or anything that's not to do with Jehovah's Witnesses, Eric, don't get involved. It's like, or the same to Desiree. It's like it gets old. It's like no, like you can have a brain and make a decision for yourself and have an opinion on something. It's not even getting involved. It's just using your brain and caring about what's going on in the world. But yeah, sorry.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's the whole reason why I want to make Extra W's finally talk about politics, because we're not used to it. So when I talk about it with Jimmy, it's like this is the very first time that I'm doing it as well. We're just talking about ideas and talking about what we think, and super respectful of each other's beliefs. And I think that's why it works so well. And it's finally, poking the community to finally talk about something that's super uncomfortable. But that's a good thing. Like, we should be talking about these things. um, I would have never thought that I would, in my lifetime, that I would have saw what I did on Saturday. The very first time I was watching the RNC, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have never seen the energy that I have seen this past week.
That was the most interesting convention that I have ever seen from Republican or political. It doesn't even matter, Republican. Just that was awesome.
Right? Oh my
Hulk
God.
Hogan getting everybody going. He put his character on in full form, and this showed a different. I think the Democrats are shitting their pants, because this showed a different side of politics altogether. It's cool, right? It's cool. It was a cool event, and there
Yeah.
were cool people there, and there was good energy and good vibes.
Yeah.
Especially the memorial to the dead, to the captain, the fire
Mm-hmm.
chief, or whoever he was.
Corey, I forget his last name.
Mm-hmm.
Corey Compatore or something. Yeah.
It's
Yep.
Italian sounding, yeah.
Yep.
I thought it was very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And Vern brought this up on his show, and I'll bring it up too, because he made a good point. And he did the research, and he showed that, like, the Baptist Church or Southern Baptist Church and Catholic Church and all these other churches that gave shout outs and love to the President Trump and to the families that had the victims' families, and also the people who were injured. And Jehovah's Witnesses didn't say shit. Pardon my French, but they didn't say anything. They didn't. They didn't. I mean, I keep going on their website, and they haven't posted anything about it at all. But because it goes to show how, like, selfish they are and narrow-minded they are. They would, you know what? If for some reason in that event a Jehovah's Witness got shot, not that they should be there, but it'd probably be talked about then. Maybe not, because they wouldn't want to want people to know that a witness was at a Republican rally. But you know what I'm saying? Like anytime there's like a disaster, it's always the I'll pray for our brothers and sisters, not all the other people that died. You know.
Yeah, it's almost like the witnesses have a one-track mind when it comes to a lot of things, and especially when they're within their own realm. And I think subconsciously, I always had issues with that too as I was growing up. But I didn't firmly decide to leave it until I was after more than over 20 years old.
You left at 20?
Officially, I think I was 23 or somewhere around there. So yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
about 18 years ago.
Well, you got out at a good age, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of things since then. Still have problems with certain areas of my life, but overall, I can't complain because I'm in a good place in my life now.
I wish I left when I was the first time I got this fellowship in my early 20s. I was like 24, around there. Excuse me. But I wish I would have left right then and there because I didn't. I was the happiest when I wasn't a Jehovah's Witness, and I just didn't self-reflect enough then. But now looking back and like knowing how I felt in that time period, that I was even my brother, he didn't know what it was. He actually thought it was something else, but he admitted with me too that it was not being a witness. When we got older, that made me happy. It's a miserable state to be. My father's a miserable man from trying to be a witness. He wants to just be a stoner. My father's a pothead, and he just he has a lot of trauma from his father. His dad was really abusive, and he was a Mormon converted to Jehovah's Witness, and just really, really, really abusive. And he like wouldn't let him watch sports or anything like that. So he really needs weed once in a while just to chill and moderate him out. He freaks out over the smallest things, just like has like tantrum tantrums, if you will, at times. And he's hard to be around when he's stressed. And it's like, just let the guy smoke a joint, Jesus. Like, but a lot of people are controlled, and I think when they find out that it's a false religion and that they did all of this for nothing, I think they're gonna like become Hulk smash, like just my father's gonna be like cursing up a storm because he lived an authentic life and he knows it. He's just not happy, and I've said this before, but my father went from being the type of guy that when he was disfellowshipped and moved to Rhode Island, till this day, I asked my father, what did the guy say to you for you to yell at an elder, go F your mother in the Kingdom Hall parking lot? And he wouldn't say what was done. But to this day, the elder's dead, but like to this day, I wonder what it was, because my father went from that to just being submissive, and whatever the elders tell them that he disobeys. He's just a very submissive man. And I feel like Watchtower takes away your headship, or even your conscience, if you will.
And your dad's still in the witness?
Yeah, he's still in. Yeah, he shuns me.
Has he ever, do you know, that you know of, has he ever listened to one of your programs?
I doubt it, and I don't even think he would know that I'm on. I'm on here. Yeah, my brother knows I'm on here, so unless my brother told him, he might know that I have a radio show, but he would never look. You never know. You never know out of curiosity. Sometimes people pick the forbidden fruit, even though when they're told they're not to, or not told not to.
That's my biggest fear. I am so fearful if somebody finds out that I had a channel or that I talk about.
Is that why you have the wig?
No.
No? Oh.
No. No.
I said that so New England, sorry.
Oh my God.
Blunt.
No, I know that everybody always asks me like, why do
Well,
I do that?
I thought it was to protect your identity a little bit. You know, that's not me.
No, no. I use my real name, and it's, like
Okay.
I put my face out there and everything.
Yeah.
I only use the wigs because it's fun for me. It
I
puts
got you.
me in, yeah, like it's almost like that person comes out, that energy comes out. Like I'm not my regular self anymore. It's the persona of the wig that I'm wearing, and it brings
Like
out
a
that
radio
emotion.
personality. People do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, like, it's just fun. Like, I just have so much fun putting them on, and I just love it. So that's just like a personal thing.
But
Another
you're
reason.
still scared of people finding out that you have a
Oh
apostate channel.
yeah, yeah. I think when my uncle found out that I had one, and he recently just got disfellowshipped. But this was before I found out that he was actually awake. So when he started commenting all over my page, I was having a heart attack because I was like, "Oh my God, he's gonna tell my whole entire family, or like share my page to everybody." So that was the scary part. But then I found out that the reason why he came across my channel was because
So,
he was like knees deep in XJW apostate, like apostate videos. And I was like, oh my God, like my face just popped up on his algorithm, and that's how he found it. But thank God he's awake and he didn't report me, he didn't tell anybody. So that I was thankful for that.
That
But
that's your
yeah,
other
I'm
uncle.
still scared.
That's your other
I
uncle, right? Not the one that you made the video about, because I
yeah
watched your
Yeah.
first video on your channel. So
yeah not the
I
creeper.
think everybody has more than one uncle, but just yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, I only have one uncle.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I mean I have an uncle-in-law, I guess, right? Is that an uncle?
Mhm.
I don't know. But I didn't
Mhm.
always have him until my aunt married.
Yeah, yeah. And that was the fear, is because I did expose his brother, which is another uncle of mine.
Right. I remember that
So
story. Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of crazy, but I was never expecting that side of the family to find out. So there's always that chance that they might find it out, especially like my mom and other family members.
And you
But
would, today's standards, you would be in the same category as your uncle, even though you are not anywhere close. But that they
mhm,
put adulterers and apostates
mhm.
um, and child sex abusers all in the same category. That you would
But
never give them because it says that you would not greet them because you know that's
Yeah.
what serious
the thing
part,
that
I guess.
really gets to me is that you could have someone who committed such terrible atrocities that comes back and requests a judicial committee or whatever you call it, and the three brothers come in and he gives a false
Mhm,
repentance, and he's back in, and he's able to stay in the in this in the cult or religion, whatever you want to call it, and then he's able to have those privileges. Everybody talks to him and everything, but yet someone like me or Ruby or Eric, who's genuinely good people that I believe you guys are, they won't talk to us, but they'll talk to them when they committed all these atrocities. And on top of that, they gave a false repentance, because how are the elders going to know that you're falsely repentant or truly repentant?
In all honesty, like I know this is like probably a bad attitude on my part, but I'm just being honest. I feel like my I feel like my dad needs to be disfellowshipped again, and my mother. It's like, okay, my father, when he was an elder, he disfellowshipped a sister in our congregation, and I can't remember. I think I found out what she did. It might have been drugs. I don't know, but she had an unbelieving mate and three kids, and just going through hell. And I don't even think it was hard drugs. I think it was like pills or something. I don't know. But my dad DF'd her because he was the head, like the committee, or like what do they call it? Well, the chairman. He was the chairman of the committee. And my dad has to live with that because he's a huge hypocrite. So in the meantime, he shuns this sister that's going through a lot of hard times. My dad has no control over his family. In secret at that time, I'm smoking weed. Um, I think. Um, maybe not. Maybe it was right after that, but it's around that time period. My brother's young, but he's not doing anything. Um, and then the problem is that we have fights in our house. That I mean, not just fights, but like violence, like holes being punched in the wall. My mom hitting my dad defending himself. I mean, all of this crap um, happening. And it's like, what right do you have to disfellowship somebody when you can't even keep your own household in order? And you know what? A lot of these fights were over. Martin, that's my dad's name. My mother would say, we got to do family worship. Now, you got to paint the scene. You got two kids that have hemophilia, right? My brother and I, we were born with blood disorders. And you have to have really good insurance because our medication, right now, it costs over $1 million a year for our medications. So even back then, it was around that much too, like 800,000, something like that, 750. And he had to get a job that was demanding, and he worked like 8 to 12 hours a day, depending, every Saturday. Drove a cement truck, and then eventually ended up knowing how to run the whole shop, so he could dispatch, and he ended up in batching. So he ended up working in the office usually, and then if they needed him as a spare to run the truck. So he's doing all this. He's got to go out in service and get a minimum of 8 to 10 hours, and he has no break, and it's just he snapped when my mother like wanted to study, and it would cause fights. My brother and I'd lock him up in the room, and we'd play PlayStation, you know. And this and I don't mean to stretch out the story, but the reason why I'm telling it, not for pity, but it's like this guy is telling someone else what to do with themselves and like shunning them. I just sorry, Dad, if you're listening, but it's a lesson you have to learn. Maybe that's why he drinks a lot. You know, gin drinker. Um, I know that he drank. He always drank when he came home. I know he doesn't. He didn't want to disfellowship. He always drank when he came home from committee meetings. And I know he never felt comfortable doing it. He even told me about the Secret Elders book. But the reason why I'm again that I'm bringing it all up is just that the common thing that the witnesses say, not sure if it's in their literature, but we all know it. They say trust the brothers instead of trust Jehovah, right? Or whatever, or Jesus. Trust the brothers. You're gonna trust the brothers when you have someone like my dad. No offense, Dad, or someone like John Brayton. And I told this story already, but I'll just say it real quick. This guy was called the hairy arm because he put his hairy arm around you and counsel you. And he bothered everybody, and he ended up getting disfellowshipped twice and died disfellowshipped for being an alcoholic. This is the trust that you're putting in when you put trust into men. Sorry for the rant, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, alcohol is definitely a big thing in the religion because even my dad was involved in. He always liked alcohol, and he claimed to have stopped. For quite a long time there. But even when he died, I know for a fact that he was still sneaking whiskey behind my mom's back because I found a half drank bottle of scotch or something on the top shelf in the shed after he died, and I never told my mom about it, and to his credit, I mean, who knows how long it had been there? Maybe even he forgot about it. But the point is, it was there, and so even though he was retired, and he claimed to they claimed to be a lot happier as a couple, especially after I moved out and everything. He still apparently needed to take shots of whiskey behind my mom's back.
That's no way to live for either of them either. Having to live a double life sucks. My father, I don't think he has like a problem with it. I think he uses it to drown himself a little bit. Because like I came over to the house one time, and he said, PJ's here. And I'm like, Orleman? He's like, no, the cat. I'm like, the cat PJ is dead. And he's like, I don't know. And he like went upstairs and Scrooge like went to bed. When he gets a little too hammered sometimes he knows it and he just like he runs away. He goes to bed and doesn't try to make an ass of himself. He's an all right guy. He's just very I don't. My mother and my mother-in-law are like the devil, but our father and my wife's or my father-in-law, our fathers are cool. They're just misguided. There's something about the organization that just attracts mental illness.
Oh yeah, I totally believe that. My entire family has bipolar disorder and they love it.
Really,
Yeah. um and I think they replaced that for
narcissism is a
medication.
big one too. Narcissism disorder.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But some of them, like my mom, she was not that into medications and into doctors and things like that. She believed that if you go to the meetings and if you go out in service, you do what you got to do, then those illnesses won't really bother you. So she's that type. And I used to look I used to look at her when I was growing up like, you're freaking crazy. You probably do need the medication and you don't want to do it, and you think that Jehovah's going to solve all of your problems, but that's not, I mean, you shouldn't trust Jehovah with everything. And I mean, in my opinion, you got to do work as well. You know what I mean? Like, not everything can be left up to God. You got to do your part. Um, and yeah, she never took any medication or whatever. And then they kind of expect everybody else in the congregation to help out. Oh, the brothers and sisters will come over. They're going to help. They'll pray for you. They'll bring meals. And it was just like always feeling like you need something or somebody instead of doing it yourself. And that's what kind of woke me up growing up. I'm like, I don't, I mean, you could do this yourself. Why do you always put yourself down and then expect other people to come to your help or to your rescue? Why can't you help yourself? Like, I just didn't like that feeling. So those are the little things that used to wake me up. And but I don't think that they can survive without the routine, without the meetings, without going out in service, like the community, the people that they talk to. Like, she would literally have nobody in her life if it wasn't for the witnesses. So sometimes people actually need it to survive, in my opinion. I don't
Yeah,
think
they're
that she
like,
would be able
but
to
where would
live.
we go type attitude. But whom
Hmm.
should we go to? They always like play that scripture or that what Jesus what Paul said about Jesus. But it's like completely out of context. It's like but you're right. They have a routine and they like
Hmm.
it. I know it would be hard for my father and mother to break that routine. I mean, they've been doing it their whole life.
Yep.
I don't know. Were you guys like this? I wasn't a good studier for the like the organization. I could care less about studying the Watchtower and doing all that crap. I would like fake underline the Watchtower and not even read it, just so that if people were like looking at me or my parents or whoever, like they thought I was
You, you, kn- you know,
studying.
I'll comment on that.
Yeah,
Ever since I started to be old enough to be on the TMS, which I don't know if they have anymore, but
I think
um,
it's called something else now, but yeah, whatever.
right. Well, ever since I was old enough to do that, when I was in the hall, my dad would 9 times out of 10 he would always write up my talk and everything for me. And I really don't remember how that came to be, but I think it was something that started, and as I got older, it just kept going that way. And I never really wanted to get it together myself either. So even if he didn't do it, I guess maybe I went to him and asked him to. So and he did, because maybe he felt like, I don't know. Not that I'm trying to get inside his head, but maybe he felt like, okay, this is going to be really good talk if I give him the material, something like that. Maybe he had that kind of pride about it. But maybe it was a situation where I wasn't really pushed hard enough to kind of become a good public speaker, I guess, on my own. And
Mm.
to an extent, I still have issues with public speaking. But it is what it is. Yeah.
I don't know why I'm okay with it. I don't. I do get nervous a little bit. All right, I get nervous when it gets quiet and I'm running out of stuff to say. But there's like nobody to help out. Like after like I don't know. Like I can only go so long. But yeah, I think Watchtower. One thing they did help me is be a better. All right, two things. They helped me become an incredible liar, and and they helped me or like a bullshit artist, and they helped me um be a public speaker. But what I mean by lying and stuff or is not just necessarily lying, but I worked with my uncle for a while, and I was in auto body, and we did mobile auto body, and he wanted me to do the sales, and I'm like, I don't want to do it. He's like, come on, let's go. And he's like, see, you're awesome at a salesman. I don't know why you say you're not good. And I'm like, because I hate doing it. But I did learn from Watchtower how to like because you go out in service and what do? You're like, oh, you got a dog here. It trains you to be a salesman. It really does. Oh, what's the dog's name? Right? You like get in. Oh, you got kids. I got kids too, or whatever. It
Mhm.
teaches you to be a BS artist. I guess Jesse Gonzalez trying to get in, but we'll look forward to seeing you on. I don't see you in the back, but everybody else's link is working. I don't know why. But anyways,
I hated all of it. I mean,
yeah.
from it comes to family study to when it comes to reading the Bible, giving talks. The only thing I kind of sort of really liked was doing different things in the hall. Like when it came time to do the sound system, I started doing that for a while. I like doing that because I like doing things that make me feel like I'm contributing and making a
Mhm.
positive difference.
You want to
So
you want to know why I like doing those privileges, like the microphones and stuff?
Mhm.
Because it made the time go by so quick. Because you have to like be on, like brother. You can't sleep. You can't daydream. Like brother
Mhm.
Marks, please. Then you like you gotta like you're in the moment. You gotta like constantly be looking for people's hands. And it helps that boring crap pass by so much faster.
And then one time when we were at a assembly, I uh, I was one of the ones that would do like the parking lot walk around and stuff, and that got me out of the assembly. So I was happy to do that.
Yeah, I think I had a love-hate relationship with the JW lifestyle. And I think that's why it was harder for me to wake up and realize that everything was a lie, that I wasted all my time and energy. And that's where the anger comes from, is because I was so genuine. I was so indoctrinated. I thought that I knew the truth. I thought that I was doing everything right for my entire life because I was born and raised in it. Um, and that's the thing. Even though I hated it, even like because I was forced to do it regardless, you know what I mean? So it's like, do you want to do it all sluggish or do you want to do it with a happy face? And so I was that type of kid, like, let me just enjoy this because I have to stick it out. I don't have a choice, so let me just change my attitude so that I can at least enjoy the next 3 hours, you know what I mean? And that's just like the coping mechanism that you have as a kid. So I could understand myself in that position. But when I did do the studying and the commenting, and I participated, I was really genuine and honest with it. I loved doing it when I was doing it. I loved receiving the praise after doing a talk on stage. I loved getting the compliments because I was always either the youngest person in the congregation doing it, breaking records. Sometimes you feel special when you're the youngest, person doing it. And that's because I got baptized at 10 years old. So everything that I was doing was always applauded, and like all of the brothers and sisters were like, you're such a great example. You know what I mean? So you grow up with that warped sense of the world in your mind. So when I woke up, I was like, oh hell no, you're not going to tell me that I wasted my entire teenage life, dedicated to that religion. Like I was refusing it. I was like, no, absolutely not. And So I think that's why it was super hard for me, because I felt like I was doing everything right and I put my soul into it. You know, I put my energy. I did the research. I went on the library. I printed stuff out. Like my mom was really that type of JW that she would bring out the inside book and every comment she made. And she was just like super, super, deep into it. And I think that's why I fell like the way I did. It's because your whole world viewpoint changes, and it could be devastating to find out that all of that energy that you put into it means nothing, that it's a lie, that it's fake. I was like, oh hell no. And yeah, so I just wanted to to give that point of view.
No, it's a great point, because it is devastating, and I think it's the reason why I'm just gonna say it, like, our families that are in it, they're weak. Like, I can't look at the truth. Like, come on, like, you're weak. You're
Yeah.
you guys are all child sex abuse sympathizers, basically. I know that's extreme, but like, if you're gonna side with the governing body, and this is some of the things that they're guilty of, I mean, like, the Bible says, "Get out of her, my people," so you don't sin in, so you don't share in their sins and plagues. And I can't help to think that that might, like, I'm not making it biblical, but I can't help to think that that might apply to them, to the witnesses. Get out of her. Get the hell. It's time to get the hell out. All the evidence is there. Forget your what is it called? The sunk cost fallacy. It's a sinking ship. It really is. We all know it. Uh, Even like what Rick did today, showing the empty seats. Oh, hey Debbie Moore. Hope you're doing well, hon. Sorry I haven't been able to talk to you lately. But even with all the empty seats at the convention, it's a sign that they're just failing. I know that Rick says in his time how big it was, but even in my time period, probably yours too, Ruby and Aaron. Well, Aaron was yeah, because you were what, 90s or 2000 when you were there. The
Yeah.
conventions were packed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I remember when we used to go to the vet. I really loved hearing Rick talk about the fact that he has attended the Veterans Stadium in the past. It's quite possible that I've ran into Rick at some of those conventions, especially in the 90s, when I was, a teenager and stuff like that. But I mean, I have fond memories of the vet, as a place, as a building. But unfortunately, they tore it down in 2004, and you can still see the demolition video. I believe is still up on YouTube. It's very sad, but I guess the stadium just got beat up over 30 some years, But I remember sometimes at the vet in the 90s and early 2000s when they had some sections roped off, I guess on purpose to keep people from sitting there, especially some up in the higher levels, like up in the 5, 6, and 700 level. But yeah, I mean, even back then, in the mid to late 90s and early 2000s, Veteran Stadium was far from being full. I think the farther back you go, the fuller it probably was. But I remember in early, like 2000 or 2001 or something like that, I wanted to like record the whole convention, so I tried to do that with a camcorder, and I mean it went okay, but it wasn't that great of a camcorder. So I was
Oh,
really
that's cool.
into it. I mean, as far as that goes, technical aspect of things.
I could never sit through a convention ever again. Of all the things that we all hated to do, like service and stuff like that, I think my wife hated service the most. I hated the conventions the most. I just hated them. I used to get angry when a family member or my wife would wake me up because I fell asleep during a talk. I'm like, no, I'm serious. Let me sleep. I don't care how it looks. Just let me sleep. I'm exhausted. You work your ass off all week and then you hustle to get to a mini vacation, but it's like, it's not a vacation, but you're paying the money for it and the time because because the cost of a hotel and everything. I mean, you could make a mini vacation out of that for sure. All the money you spend, plus having to provide meals for yourself every day and not having meals for you. Oh yeah, you could go on a nice little mini vacation for 3 days somewhere. Where I lived in Rhode Island, Des and I could have went to New Hampshire or Maine or Vermont when we have, but like we, instead of going to the convention, that's what we could have done. What the hell? Why the hell did we do this? Right? I used to think like I'm a cool person. Why am I in like such a lame? I used to always like think when I was a kid, why did I have to be raised as a Jehovah's Witness? Why couldn't I just like be a
Have a
Catholic or
normal.
something to where there's
Why?
not like so serious? It always felt so
Yep.
restrictive, but I just went along with it anyways.
I can't even tell you the amount of times I had that thought. If I
Yeah.
had just been raised in a normal family environment,
Yep.
and my parents had done the best they could, but under the circumstances, and they did what they thought was right, but it was very touchy at sometimes. I mean, I still to this day I attribute the fact that I can't seem to get a decent long-lasting relationship going to the fact that I didn't really have the chance to experience what you're supposed to experience as a teenager in relationships in order to have that, get that confidence and get that backing and everything. As a matter of fact, when I was in 10th grade, I think, in high school, there was a girl named Melanie who, I mean, at the time I was pretty attracted to her. And I believe she was, at that time, one of the first girls I ever kissed. At least the first girl I kissed around that, in that, that time frame. So, but when it came to getting a something going outside of school, well, that was a big problem for me because I knew I couldn't have her call the house phone because we didn't have cell phones, or at least we did, but they weren't as prominent.
Melanie was your first kiss, or you were her first kiss?
Well, I would say she was my first kiss on the lips, but yeah, she wasn't the first.
That's weird. That's fucking weird, man. Because Melanie was my first kiss too. Melanie.
Really? That's
yeah.
Crazy.
That's so I'm sorry to swear. I'm just like, this is fucking weird.
Well, I'm sure your Melanie had a different
I'm
last
like,
name.
it's not Aguiar, is it?
No.
That's good. You don't live anywhere near me, but it's still funny because like that name, I don't have like good things to say about that Melanie. Melanie is a bad name for me, and anytime I hear that name Melanie, I'm like, yeah, not good. Sorry,
but
I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother, but I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, I mean, me and her really could have had gotten something going, but
the one that got away.
Yeah, because of the fact
Yeah,
that
that
I
sucks.
could only do things at school and we had class most of that time. It's like it just wasn't sustainable, and yeah. So that's what the witnesses do.
Yeah, that is what they do. They cause chaos. They break up friendships and relationships. It's sad. There's a lot of people that didn't either settle to get married or never got married, they're so on top of marrying in the Lord. They have that scripture all wrong. They really do, because they became Lord. Jehovah's Witnesses aren't the Lord. Christ is. So that's what that scripture really means. And whatever, if two atheists or an atheist and a Catholic wants to get married, it's none of our business. The witnesses have just gotten so involved with people's lives, and I think it's catching up to them now. And that's why they have so many legal problems, because they've micromanaged their relationship with God. And they've just been telling people what to do and steering them in the wrong direction. We all have to pay for it. It's all of us that have families that are left behind. Isn't this like one of the most bizarre places to be? I know, like Vern's talked about it. I mean, I almost want to bring my original show's name back, Red Pilled from the Watchtower. because it's a matrix innuendo, and I agree with Vern that we do live in a matrix. Everything can be a matrix, even politics. Our whole life can be, but some people are just so stuck in it, and we're not. And so our families are like still thinking that, you know, many now living may never die, because they changed it. It was will never die, and they changed it to may never die. But they still believe all this BS, and they're so like, we're not in that matrix. But that's not our reality, because it's a false reality. We have a totally different reality, and it drives you insane, or at least me insane, to be in a different reality than my loved ones, and they're just so gone. You know what I mean? Did you confess to kissing Melanie? Of course not. What am I going to rat myself out? She didn't confess either. I don't know about Aaron's Melanie.
I think she made the first move there, so it was.
Yeah, but
it was quite.
He's asking if you confessed to the elders.
Oh, me? No, I don't think I ever told anyone about that.
Yeah, I didn't either. I'm like, we don't rat ourselves out. I did once, actually, and just because I was feeling guilty for smoking pot, and because I was still physically in. That's why, or sorry, mentally in. Physically out, but mentally in. Pomi is the worst place to be. I don't know if you guys have been, but
as a matter of fact, when I my failed JW marriage lasted for 6 years, and when we were courting, we only stayed courting for about 5 to 6 months, and that was terrible. But we did some things, you know, before we got married, and it wasn't until after we got married that I believe it was her that was the one that was kind of pushing me to say, hey, you know, I'm feeling guilty about this. We got to go to the elders, blah, blah, blah. So that's how that got started. I didn't really care, you know. I at that point I was already getting over it, the whole JW myself. So
I feel you, dude. Not easy, man. Tough way to be brought up. Hey, Jesse, what are you thinking?
How you doing? That was sad what the gentleman just said. I didn't catch his first name.
Aaron.
Man, I'm sorry, Aaron, that happened. That hurts. Yeah, so many kids go through that, huh? So many kids. Golly, they're just tortured mentally. And you know what?
Yeah.
People have been having sex since Adam and Eve. It's nobody's damn business, you know. Golly.
I know guys that have been publicly reproved for copping a field.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, come on, a boob, really?
You know, if you really think about
you were an elder. You must have. I don't know. What about in Arizona? Because it's different in Rhode Island. I know it is. We're much more stricter in Rhode Island than Arizona.
We're in the Spanish. Shut the hell up.
Oh, so what's the Spanish like? You grab a boob, you're done too?
You know what? Jehovah's Witnesses, sex is a very scary subject because the first time you do it, you're all alone. So it's a very scary situation, you know? You don't have a lot of help. You know? Hey,
No,
I wasn't scared. I was thrilled.
You're all alone in this unknown
motorboat.
No,
right,
Jesse,
I'm getting out of control.
No, Jesse, you're right. Because you know what? I have a crazy story, and it was very confusing to me growing up. And we used to go to the meetings, right? And there was his elder son that used to always like skate by us, but he would never actually talk to us. And he was very like socially awkward. Or I thought maybe I was awkward. I'm like, well, everybody talks to me except this one boy. And I was like, why doesn't he talk to me? Maybe he doesn't like me or something. Like it makes you always think in the back of your head, like, why are they act so weird? And it was just like just an unspoken thing that all of the girls liked him or whatever. He was the elder son, and it was just like a thing. But I never saw him like cute or anything. I was just like, so what? He's an elder son. Oh, like that doesn't matter. But they always put him on a pedestal, and so they always treated him differently than the other boys in the congregation. And so I started to notice that he would only avoid me. And I was like, that is so weird. And it got so obvious that even my friends were saying, he talks to everybody else, but not you. He would not talk to you. He would walk away. Like, it was just so awkward. And so I used to tell my mom the same thing. I'm like, yo, I don't know what's wrong with him, but like, I don't get it. And she was like, well, maybe he likes you. And I'm like, you don't act like that. Like, come on, that's just weird. And then the funny story is that one day we were forced to go out in service together, because that was another thing. Ever since we would go like to the groups, they would always make sure that we never were in the same car group. They would always separate us, like you can't be alone with a boy or the opposite sex. So they would always make sure that he was never in a compromising situation or anything. And I always found that weird. So we go out in service this one day, and we were both sitting in the back seat. I was on one side of the door, he was on the other side, and then the middle was empty. And his sister was driving, and my mom was in the front seat. So we go out in service, and he started turning red, and it was a really white boy, blonde, blue-eyed boy. And he starts turning red and he starts sweating. And I'm looking over at him and I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? He looked like he was having a panic attack or something. And then all of a sudden he grabs his suitcase and he puts it over his lap and he starts pressing down against his lap. And I do not know what the heck was happening. But all of a sudden his sister looks back and she was like, oh, I'm sorry. We have to end field service this morning. We got to drive back to the hall. I'm so sorry, but we have to go do something. And I found that so strange that they ended the field service and we didn't even get like an hour in. So we had to go back to the hall and leave. And me and my mom were just so confused. And I was like, I don't know what it is. He never wants to be around me. And when he is, he turns tomato red and he just has to leave. And I have always been like so weirded out by that. And the only thing that I can think of was like, did he have something going on down there or something? Like, was something happening that he didn't want to happen? And it was
maybe socially
happening?
awkward.
How old were you?
Yeah.
How old was he?
I was like, we were like 15,
Yeah.
like 14,
yeah,
15 years old.
He's probably just shy and like liked you and just did not express it. Especially Jehovah's Witness boys that grow up like, not all of them know how to talk to a lady. A lot of them struggle with it.
And you know what?
You're socially awkward as a Jehovah's Witness in a lot of ways. Yeah, I know they make us public speakers, but the reason why we're socially awkward is because we like don't interact with the world, so we become like socially retarded, and we don't like, and then we don't date, because this dating thing is ridiculous. So we become like retarded in the dating scene too. So
this is my question. I've been married 36 years. 36 years. Yeah, we've been. So on June 25th was our 36th wedding anniversary. And we've been together since 1982, me and my wife. We went to school together when we were little kids and everything. And so we've been together over 40 years, But back then in the 70s and the 60s and the 80s, kids would get married at 18, start a family 19, 20. And a lot of kids didn't have sex until with their first wife, a lot of religious kids. But you had to get married because you suffer from blue ball syndrome, right? And I mean, just nature kicks in. But what's happening today, I don't understand, because I'm an old man. I don't know what's happening today on the dating scene. But kids aren't getting married. What does that mean? Are they getting it for free, or what's happening?
It's worse than not getting married, Jesse. They're not having children either. Even the couples that are together, they're not having children. And what are they? I forget what they call themselves. It's some stupid word.
But human nature, I don't know. But from what I remember, when I was a teenager, I think what Ruby was describing, that 15-year-old going through, was nature was kicking in. Has nature changed in kids now?
Mm-hmm.
Where they don't have to have relations no more?
Mm-mm.
Wow.
Maybe it's lack of natural affection.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I plead ignorance. I don't know.
It's selfishness, though. I think, to not want to have a kid. I mean, all right. Let's put this in perspective. My wife and I both have health problems. We choose not to have children to not put our kid through that. I think I don't know. That's our personal choice. You know, why put my kid through something that I have to go through,
But
or my
what
wife has to go through as well, and having it on both having two problems on both sides, it's not worth it. You know, I feel like I'm loving my child by not
bringing them to the earth.
letting it suffer. You know.
Good. My question is, since the beginning of mankind, Adam and Eve, men have and women have been having relations and procreating. This has just been natural around 18 years old, 19, 20. But I see that it's in maybe just in the United States, it's tailed off. Huh? Well, that's a bad, I shouldn't use that word, but it's the marriage rate and the child
Declining.
rate has
Yeah.
declined. So why is that? Why is that?
Well,
Is there less sperm or is there less
I think
eggs?
Well,
I think
they
the
are
birth-
doing things to us to make us more fertile.
Less fertile.
right.
Or
Less
I'm
fertile.
sorry, less fertile. I'm dyslexic. I always say the opposite.
Well, if you're from Utah, then you're more fertile. But
Right. Because
the rest
you
of
got the polygamy out there. They're going.
Mm-hmm.
Play the play the Marvin Gaye music.
Eric,
Well,
That should be Utah's song.
Eric, me and Gilbert wanted to ask you a question. We were going to throw this out there. Ruby, maybe we're crazy. And our mom, me and Gilbert had the best mom in the world. She would always bring us back down to earth when we were kids. And, you know, women are beautiful. Men cannot live without women. So men, Hispanic men, we love our moms. And our mom always told us, you're not that important. When we got too uppity, or she always brought us back down to earth. And so Gilbert always reminds me of that. But last week when we did the show, we talked about the Jehovah's Witnesses not engaging in conversation of political violence. And if you go to jw.org, they have a gun. They have a double-barrel shotgun. And they talk the subject of political violence. And I told Gilbert, me and Gilbert are of the opinion that that's a subliminal threat to us. Because they enumerated everything me and Gilbert talked about. They talked about the Mexican violence, number one. Then they brought up the Slovakian prime minister about earlier in the summer. And they brought up Donald J. Trump on the jw.org website, the front page.
Okay.
Immediately after our Rick Fearon, the three things me and Gilbert enumerated, they responded with. And then they have a picture of a old double-barrel shotgun pointing at the viewer. And I told Gilbert, that's a subliminal message. That's straight aimed at us. That's a threat. That they are going to engage in the conversation. And so I think we live in their head. And that's why I brought up my mom. She says, we're not that important. But I happen to think that was a direct response from last week's Rick Fearon show. I think they were watching.
Wow.
It's possible. Anything's possible with these guys. They're ravenous to protect what's theirs, and honestly, they've already told us that they want to kill us. They already did. When Anthony Morris blew out the match, when Samuel Hurd said, "Our first assignment is to fight," dude, can you not give a war grunt? Like, really, a war grunt?
Yeah.
The worst part is the audience laughs.
You know what? Is that all you got? Like, I could do better than that. I'll do like a performance like Mel Gibson from Braveheart. Freedom.
You got a horse?
Oh man. Huh?
You got a horse? You can ride a horse.
Do I got a horse? I don't know. I'll get one. I got a 2002 Honda Odyssey. That's my horse.
That's your horse.
I think they just talk about things happening in the world just to look relevant, because if they didn't, then the JWs would be looking elsewhere to cope with their feelings. So if they have to talk about something that happened in the political world or natural disasters or whatever, they're just gonna piggyback on whatever everybody else is talking about.
Yeah. I just found it interesting that on the week we did the Rick Fearon show, they immediately, and they enumerated the things that me and Gilbert talked about on the Rick Fearon show. So maybe they have viewers at the Rick Fearon show, you know. I think they're watching. Maybe they're probably spying us right now as we speak.
Yeah, they got spies in Watchtower. They watch everything.
They
I
do have
believe that.
spies. They see what's going on. They watch. They watch. They watch us so that they can combat. Because I swear, the Watchtowers now, the Watchtowers and a lot of the talks on JW.org are just about like damage control.
Yeah.
It's like it's not even about Jehovah anymore. It's just about them bailing themselves out of trouble or talking about the newest topic, to counter it.
Do you know that gentleman from the blue envelope? Blue envelope.
Yes, he's cool.
A beautiful guy. Beautiful videos.
Yeah, he's beautiful.
Well, eloquent.
He does good research. Really good research.
Have you seen his latest video on the governing body praising the governing body?
It's in my back burner, but it's been suggested to me. I haven't watched it yet.
It's a beautiful video. God, it's a beautiful. Yeah.
You're talking about Eric Wilson?
Yes.
No. No, that's not Eric Wilson. Eric Wilson's Bjorn Pickett's. Eric Wilson's Bjorn Pickett's.
No. The blue envelope is the gentleman's name.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Great video.
No, Bjorn Pickett's is a different channel. That's Eric Wilson is Bjorn Pickett. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the guy's name, but yeah, he's got a goatee and he's bald.
Real soft-spoken, but very well researched. Yeah.
Great researcher. He's really good at researching.
Yeah. He did a great job. And he got all the clips from Watchtower. We're not making it up. He doesn't make up anything. It's all the clips.
It's all them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Praising the Watchtower. Now, in 2013, that's the reason I left. I remember in 2013 when they brought out the gray shank or the gray Bible. I remember our circuit, our city overseer was giving the talk at the main Kingdom Hall, and he gave the prayer, and he gave an intellectual oral copulation to Watchtower. It was so bad that I had to sit down and I started taking notes of what he was saying. He said, "Oh, thank you, Jehovah, because we know we have the truth, Jehovah, because we have the governing body." I couldn't believe it. This is the leader of the Jehovah's Witness in my community. I wanted to vomit. I lost all respect, and I've known him since I was a baby. His brother is married to my sister, and it was the most disgusting prayer I've ever heard. He thanked Jehovah because they have the truth, because they have the governing body. You talk about no education. No education. And he's the leader of the Jehovah's Witnesses in my town. He knows he has the truth because they have the governing body. Can you imagine that, saying that in prayer? And the blue envelope, he has a series of those prayers. And he put together all from JW Broadcasting, a bunch of those in that video. I recommend everybody go watch it. It is a great example of what they're doing. They talk more about the governing body than they talk about Jesus or Satan or Jehovah.
Yeah,
they
do.
Yeah.
The governing body. Oh yeah, there was a video that he just did where they talk about the governing body. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that video.
Oh yeah, I didn't watch the whole video, but I watched a good portion of it.
Yes.
And in the beginning, it's like they must say governing body like 100 times. I don't know. I'm exaggerating, but like they might as well have. And if you go deep enough, it probably is over 100 times, probably near 1,000.
Yeah.
They're obsessed with themselves because it's not just that; it's in their literature. They even when right before or right when I left, there was a prayer at our Kingdom Hall that prayed for the governing body.
Yeah,
they're worshiping them.
They're worshiping. Yes.
This is human worship.
Yeah.
You don't pray for a group of men like that, like you treating them like God. Like like what's next, Gilbert? In Jesus' name, and in the name of the governing body, amen.
Yep. Well, in the baptism, they said the Spirit anointed. They baptize in the name of the. They don't baptize in the name of the Father and the Son. Didn't they stop sometime around 1984? In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And then
they did, and now it's Spirit
anointed.
What is
organization.
it? The organization. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's a big tell right there. That's a big tell.
That's scary. Scary. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, to turn your back on the Holy Spirit like that, man. Yeah, you don't do that. Yeah. Yeah, so you don't do that.
I think it was also around that time when they started to remove the from the Awake magazine that used to say this will not, like the 1914, they removed that and just said something different. I
Mhm.
can't remember what the phrase was, but there used to be something in there that referenced the 1914 generation, but then they just said until the conclusion of the system of things, or whatever it is now, or was after that.
You know, I got baptized in '84. I don't know what year you folks got baptized, but in '84. But I remember I really believed in Jesus Christ. I really believed in God the Father. But I never got baptized for the governing body. And I remember my big brother from Jonesboro, Arkansas, talking to me about the governing body. And I remember we were elders at the time. He was in the English, I was in the Spanish. And I told him, fuck the governing body. I would talk to him like that. Because I didn't like the governing body. When I was a kid in the 70s, none of us ever talked about the governing body. You know, this was they snuck up on us with that. I think millions of us Jehovah's Witnesses that were baptized back then, we have no fealty to the governing body. No fealty to the governing body.
Well, Jesse, I was baptized in '99, and I would have been baptized in '98, but the elder that went over the questions for me denied me. And
Wow.
you know why? The reason why I was denied?
No.
Can you guess?
Governing body?
Yep, I didn't know who they were.
Whoa, that's not in the questions.
Well, here's the thing. This is what he said. He asked me, "Do you know what the governing body's part is in Jehovah's organization?" I said, "What's that? Who's that?" He's like, "Well, gee," this is his words. He said, "Well, gee, they're a very important part of God's organization, and if you don't know who they are, I can't baptize you." And I was 17 at the time. And when I went to my car, I cried because like I was just trying to do right by my family and stuff like that.
Correct.
And then I got baptized a year later when I was 18. And I worked. Everybody told me to pioneer, and I worked 40 hours a week when I graduated because I graduated at 17. And I worked full time, and then I said, okay, I'll pioneer for a year and try it. And I didn't really like it because I was broke all the time. I'm like,
Yes.
and then I was getting married soon, so I bailed out of that. And it sucks, to be honest with you. Pioneer school is a complete waste of friggin' time. It is torture. I didn't do it. I didn't even do it. I didn't study for anything. I would browse it real quickly, right, just to know what was being said and like kind of get the idea of it. And I would like just bullshit my comments when it came time to raise my hand. I just would bullshit it, and I was good at that. I was staying with this family that was like a single mom and had a kid with a PlayStation, and so we were playing PlayStation 2 together, and I'm supposed to be studying, and the mother thinks I'm studying, but I'm playing video games with her kid.
Wow.
But it really is a waste of time. Anthony Morris was my instructor. He didn't. It's not like you learn anything. You don't. You learn how to judge. That's what I got out of the school. What a crock of shit, really. Sorry to swear, but what a crock of. How else do you say it? Crock of crap? That doesn't sound right. What a pile of poo.
Who do you judge? Who do they teach you to judge?
They taught us to judge because Anthony Morris gave a story about like this guy who went to a hotel. I've said this story a lot, so sorry everyone for repeating myself. This guy went to a hotel for work. He was traveling, and he was staying somewhere until the next job, traveling salesman, whatever the heck he was. And a woman drops a note on his like hand, like on the table where his hand's resting, and he grabs the note and it has a room number on it. And she gives him a seductive look. He's married with kids. He gets to his room. He looks at the note. He puts it on the counter, and then he opens the drawer, and there's a Gideon Bible. He takes the Bible out. He opens it up randomly, and the scripture says, "Flee from fornication." And Anthony Morris goes, and then he went and he did it anyways. Lost his whole family, lost his relationship with Jehovah. And I'm like looking around at everyone else. I'm like, why are we why this is for like field ministry. Why are we talking about this? And why are you sharing a story that even if we don't know the name, people might know what happened? Like, and I don't even believe the story. I don't, because what Jesse, Ruby, and Aaron, and everyone else listening, what the heck are the chances of opening up the? That sounds like what are the chances of it landing on that? I mean, come on.
Could he be telling his own story?
Who knows? I don't know. He's super inappropriate. He publicly humiliated me in front of everyone because I fell asleep during his talk. He asked me to comment, or no, he asked me to read the next chapter of the book, and he woke me up, and I looked at him. I'm like, I was sleeping. I have no idea where we are, and everyone laughed.
Wow.
He's an asshole. He really is. He's a jackass. He's a guy that likes to pull pranks on people. He even talked to me afterwards. He's like, "Oh, I saw you struggling to keep your eyes open, so I had to put you in your place."
Right.
He's like that. He's like that teacher that catches the kid passing notes during class or something, and then says, "Hey, do you want to share what to the rest of the class?"
Exactly.
I will say this about Mr. Morris. He's probably the most manly governing body member that they have. Like,
yes.
even though he's a jerk, he gets things done. He knows how to talk in a very blunt way and just get his message across. It's different than and he doesn't put on a voice. He like, what you see is what you get with him. I'm not praising him. I don't like the guy.
But that's probably why they got rid of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's very real. I bet he didn't want to change. Rhode Islanders, we hate change. We're known to hate change. All of New Englanders, they hate change. We're just known for it. They really struggle with changes, even with the organization. I think that's part of the reason why the governing body always says, to move with the chariot. Not just for New Englanders, but in human nature, a lot of people hate change. Some people don't mind. I personally love change. A lot of good things come with change. Sometimes they're bad, but change is good, usually, or it can be.
Wow.
I'll tell you what, not to go off topic, but a change in politics would be good right now. I know my wallet couldn't use it. I went to get some groceries today and getting beat up. My fridge crapped out 2 weeks ago, and I've been slowly building it back up in the fridge and freezer. But you guys know how it is. Ruby's got 2 or 3 kids, and it's expensive to feed a family.
I was just at Chevron a little while ago, gassing up here in Yuma.
Oh man, how much?
It was like $3.39.
Oh, that's not too bad for Arizona.
No, but I was at the line.
It's not California prices. I thought you guys had higher prices than that.
Yeah, just across the river, it's like $2, just right across the river. We're right on the California border. Like, you just throw a rock over the river and you're in California, and gas goes up to $3. But
so you were paying probably $60, $70, $80 when Trump was in office.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
And then
we got about the same prices.
I was in line, and this gentleman in front of me was talking Spanish to the clerk, and she couldn't understand. And it was real bad. I mean, just terrible. It was a terrible situation. And he was asking for yogurt, something in yogurt. So I interjected, and I helped him out. And I translated, and I helped him out. I helped the gentleman. But he knows no English whatsoever. And then it was my turn in line. And then the girl goes, "Wow, it's rough. It was just rough. Thank you." And I go, "Yeah, you have to love your country." I told him, "You have to love your country." And she goes, "Why do you say that?" And I go, "Because this gentleman can't even communicate basic communication in a country, and yet he's going to vote. This gentleman can't even communicate nothing, absolutely nothing in the American language, in the English language in America. And he'll be voting here in Arizona." And so I told her, and she goes, "What do you mean you have to love your country?" Yes, because they're letting everybody in. And they're coming to our country and just voting. Imagine if you go to Mexico and you vote, you wouldn't know what the heck. These people don't know what
exactly.
And that's what's happening. It was just something that just happened right now. And when you were talking about change, but it's everywhere here. It's everywhere. Yeah. We got like hundreds of thousands of people who are going to vote. They don't know anything. They probably think the U.S. Constitution is a bar.
Well, especially if they're illegal, they're going to vote for Biden because they have open border policies.
No, but here's the thing: they can't be trusted. I called the local talk show because me and Gilbert have a brother in the Spanish congregation. He's an illegal alien, not a brother but a friend. He's a friend, and he's a big time Trump. So the illegal aliens that were here maybe 5 to 10 years back, they're all hard workers. They love Trump. But the new illegal aliens that have come over with Biden, they're on a free ride.
It's the new illegals, because we're getting the gangbangers, we're getting all the people in insane asylums and stuff like that.
Like the gentleman who was on the phone, on the TV, on TikTok, talking about how to come over and invade people's homes.
I just got to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
They're saying that gentleman was a soldier in the Venezuelan army. So some people they did a background check, and he's a soldier in the Venezuelan army. Mm-hmm. So it's just not a run-of-the-mill basic illegal alien that came here to work. These people are connected to other lands, other governments.
But Jesse, don't you have to be a citizen to vote?
No. Are you? What state are you from?
Florida.
Okay, they got fantasy land over there, huh?
Well, okay, that's the thing. I think that the states should pass the law that you have to be a citizen and for voter ID to vote.
Ruby, if a Democrat will abort his own child, do you think the election laws mean anything to him? Think about it. If you sear your conscience with every form of vice that's on the planet, do you think our election laws mean anything to somebody who doesn't love your country?
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to vote if they don't have our values.
Half of our country doesn't love their country as founded, and that's why I asked you: do you live in Florida? Because they got fantasy land. People who think that you have to be, the illegals are voting. The dead people are voting. My mom and dad have been dead probably 10, 15 years.
Yes, the dead are voting. You are absolutely right. Here's the thing: we have criminals. We have criminals in America. And we know this. We have criminals. They are stealing elections. They will do anything. They're trying to kill the friggin' guy. They're trying to kill their competition. The other side will do anything. They're ravenous to protect their self-interest and their propaganda.
There's two people.
They want a new world order. That's what they want. That's why, like Jesse's saying, you have to love your country, because if you don't love your country, and you want to get rid of democracy and bring in communism or socialism, good luck, because the Chinese people here, they fled communism, and there's like these Chinese women who are like love President Trump and are crying for what he's going through because they don't want communism back in their country, and that's why you got to love your country. And I agree with Jesse. And being a Jehovah's Witness, we're taught not to. And I feel like that's almost like Jehovah's Witnesses and the far left have in common, that they don't love their country, and they do weird things like abortion, which is child sacrifice, or the Jehovah's Witness sacrifice themselves for blood transfusion to Watchtower. There's a lot of similarities. They both shut down when their argument is destroyed. There's so many similarities with those two parties or two groups.
I remember when John F. Kennedy said, "Ask not what your country could do for you, ask what you can do for your country." I remember when Reagan got shot. I remember James Brady got shot. I remember the Secret Services jumped in and took a bullet. Nobody did that for President Trump. He was up there. We have lost the love of the country. We have lost the love of the fellow men. And so we're loving ourselves. Think about it. Let's say an illegal alien comes over here, and somebody knows, and somebody gives him a ballot. The person who gives them a ballot, doesn't he love his country? Doesn't he not listen to John F. Kennedy? Ask not what your country could do for you. So no laws in the world are going to save us. Every individual is going to have to save America. We're going to have to talk at the dinner table, and we're going to have to talk to our brothers and sisters who are committing these felonies, because the Democrats they're in voter fraud like you can't believe. The dead are voting all over the place. In Yuma, Arizona, there was these two men. One's running for a seat. They're the only, and they're Mexican American. David Lara, I think he spoke at the RNC, and Gary Garcia Snipe. They filmed the voter fraud. They filmed it. Do you think the FBI could have filmed it? How come it had to be two Mexican beaners over here on the border? Don't you think the CIA could have filmed it? The FBI, the sheriff's department? How come it took two beaners? How come it took two beaners to do it? Everybody's turning a blind eye, just like that Roof, the shooter. People were yelling at the cops, and the cops did nothing. In the old days, in the 60s, we would have all thrown our bodies in front of the president. We would have thrown our body in front of John F. Kennedy if we would have seen that.
Instead now with DEI hires, we have a woman who looks like a hobbit trying to protect President Trump, who's 6'4", and she looks like she's 5 foot. I'll be fair, 5'6".
If you didn't bring that up, I was going to about the DEI.
I was pissed at that. I can't let it down, dude. I'm like, what the hell? And then
we call it DIE.
Like, she can't holster her gun. I'm like, dude, okay, this is and that's what Jesse's saying. Where's the love of your country to throw yourself in front of the bullet? We got people. In fact, there's a picture of a woman who is using President Trump as a shield for her not to get shot. She's ducking away from everybody. She's not even huddled around. I don't know if that was a new picture that I saw today. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like.
And look at Bobby Kennedy. Look at Bobby Kennedy. He barely got Secret Service protection. How could you? This man has sacrificed his father, his uncle, for the love of his country, and we can't give him Secret Service. You have to love your. They've suffered so much. Whether you like Bobby Kennedy or not, that family has suffered a lot for their country. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't think
there's a Kennedy that. Oh, go ahead, Ruby. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, yeah, just really quickly, Jesse, I don't think it's too much to ask to change the laws when it comes to illegal voting, when it comes to citizenship. I think that the states should be passing those laws, and if they're not, then they should be criticized for it. And regarding the Kennedy situation, the assassination stuff, if you guys saw the live that Jimmy and I did, that's literally why we discussed the deep state and why this probably was staged. And I bring up the Kennedy situation up a lot, because when I look into that, I don't think that the Kennedys, died. I think they were taken out. I don't think that it was a coincidence or that they died just because. I do think that the government was behind it and that the 3-letter agencies were involved, and that already has been proven.
Do you remember Kennedy's last speech? What it was about?
Was it the Secret Society?
Yes, sir. That's why he got shot. He was calling out the deep state way back then.
As Americans,
and what happened is, because the Kennedys have deep roots with the New World Order agenda and stuff like that, with his father and stuff and whatever, the connections that they had, they thought Kennedy was going to be like them, and he went against them, and they killed him for it. They called a hit out on him for it. Yeah, and I'm sorry, but I see the same similarity with Donald Trump. He's in their way.
Yeah,
and you know exactly. What? And let's get this out in the street. I would have voted for Richard Nixon over John F. Kennedy any day. I really believe Richard Nixon won. They got the vote out just like they did during Bush, and just like they did during 2020. I really think
the elections have been controlled forever.
Yeah, but here's the thing: Kennedy was the most perverted president probably we had in a long time. I mean, he put the tail in Washington. That guy had lovers, so he had a lot of enemies all over the place. But one thing he did, he loved his country. He really, truly, you have to be in an insane asylum. This man was an immoral man, immoral. But he loved. I
have to disagree with you.
Go ahead.
I disagree with you because there's no way that he's the most pervert. You said he's the most perverted president we've ever had. There's no way.
I stand corrected.
Biden diddles his own daughter. Biden's a kid sniffer. Biden's a pervert. I mean, at least Kennedy was chasing tail. This guy chases children.
And Kennedy had some hot babes.
Marilyn
Kennedy
Monroe
had,
was one.
I mean, Marilyn
Yeah,
Monroe.
yeah,
This
I mean, hey, at least
Mhm.
at least it's natural sex. This guy's having sex with kids.
but he
He's the
loved
most
his country.
perverted.
He loved
He is
his
the most
country.
perverted president we have ever had. That diary about with
Mhm.
his daughter is disgusting.
Yeah. But the reason I bring that up about Kennedy is because if you remember the 1959 campaign, it was coming off of Eisenhower, Elvis Presley, rock and roll, everything. Relatively good time happening in America. And John F. Kennedy reached out to the American public and he acknowledged rock and roll and the prosperity and the good time of the 50s. But he always said, we can do better. This guy was a forever optimist. And a lot of people didn't vote for him because he was a Roman Catholic. And here's my point. Because he was a Roman Catholic, even Martin Luther King supported Richard Nixon. If you remember, 1960, I remember that Martin Luther King specifically was on the Nixon side because a lot of people felt that Kennedy was not going to have fealty to the United States Constitution, that his fealty was going to be to the Pope, to the papacy. Do you understand? So a lot of Americans, we were afraid. And this is the thing about the deep state. Let's say you're in the Boy Scouts, you're in the Cub Scouts, you're a Jehovah's Witness or a Catholic, any organization, pick your organization. Everybody is more loyal to the organization than they are to the United States Constitution. For example, let's say you're a Secret Service agent. You're more loyal to the Secret Service than you are to the United States Constitution. Let's say you're the Director of Homeland Security. You're more faithful to the Homeland. Let's say you're a Jehovah's Witness. You're more faithful to Watchtower than you are to the United States Constitution. A house divided cannot stand. If
To
we
your
are
family, you're more loyal to Watchtower than your own family.
Exactly. And our country can't stand. The Constitution has to be first. Now, I'm not saying to put it before God. Jesus answered that question. He said, give the things to God, and the things to Caesar to Caesar. And in the United States, the things of Caesar are the United States Constitution. We have to have a fealty to the Constitution. The Jehovah's Witnesses taught us to disrespect the U.S. Constitution by not letting us do the Pledge of Allegiance. They taught us how to, by not serving in the United States Armed Forces. They turned us into little haters of this country.
Yeah, they did. Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, one of the things that we're not doing right as far as the Constitution goes is only gold and silver should be lawful money, and it says that in the Constitution. The founding fathers knew the dangers of having paper money or other forms of money because it allows unrestrained government spending and growth. And it's I'm of the view that no matter what party is in power of this two-party system, these short-term moves are not going to mean much when it comes to the long-term destruction that this not only this country but the rest of the world is going to suffer, especially because of the unrestrained spending that's happened in the last 52 years since 1971, or 53 years now, almost. Yeah.
By getting out of the
No
gold
doubt.
standard, huh?
Yep. That was, you got to put this into perspective. We've never, the first fiat currency was, I believe it was in China in 1200 AD or something like that. And it obviously it failed. And then there was later on in the 1790s in France, there was that whole episode. And we've never been in a situation before where the entire world was using money that was based and backed by nothing.
Correct.
Except the full faith and credit of the United States, which is now $35 trillion in debt or somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Just we can't even fathom 1 trillion, but we're talking 35 trillion, and that's just the debt held by the public. That does not include the unfunded liabilities and all the other things that they've promised that they're not going to be able to deliver on unless they inflate. And it's going to be, and that doesn't even take into account the derivatives that are in the problem in the banking system, and the whole system is just it's a Ponzi scheme, and
it is a Ponzi scheme. Absolutely,
it's going to lead us to becoming Rome.
the American dream was always just that. It was always an American dream, not a reality. Like, because to really make America great again, one thing that Donald Trump or somebody needs to do, and I know it's asking a lot, but get rid of taxes on our homes. That is ridiculous. So you mean to tell me you don't pay your taxes on your home, even though you have the mortgage paid off, you
They'll
lose
take it
your
away.
home?
Yeah.
You know, they take it away. That's not freedom. That's not freedom at all. I don't think that's what our founding fathers would wanted. There should, and I love that Donald Trump is if he gets elected, he wants to get rid of taxes on tips. I used to make money on tips, and yeah, that's a really cool thing. I didn't claim a damn thing. I got paid in cash. I had to claim some of the debit card tips, but I got a lot of cash tips, so it worked out.
We started this country on half a cent tax. We started this country on half a cent tax. And we threw down with the King of England over half a cent. If our fathers could see us today, they go, "What the hell?
What happened?"
Yeah.
And we're taxed on everything too. It's like you always pay tax, even if you don't pay your income tax. You're still paying tax on everything you purchase. The IRS is illegal. We're not supposed to have it.
Hey, Eric,
If you just
who's that good-looking dude under you?
Hey, Jimmy, how you doing, Jimmy Bell?
Good evening, everyone. How's everybody doing tonight?
Real good.
Right.
Doing all right, man. Good to have you on.
Yeah.
Give him hell right now.
Sorry, I was late. I was watching Inception and The Sum of All Fears this evening with my wife.
That's cool.
Awesome.
The movie Inception. Yeah, I know that.
I'll
Some
just say,
Some of All Fears. Is that Bruce Willis?
No, Sum of All Fears had Morgan Freeman, Ben Affleck.
Oh yeah. Okay. I
and
remember that one.
The reason I watched it is because that movie has been highlighted in the Q drops. So I was like, I need to watch this because honestly, I think it's going to play a factor with the Uranium One deal, with Hillary Clinton and Russia. And there's a whole story behind all that. I'm not going to get into all that tonight, but yeah, it's if you haven't seen it, The Sum of All Fears, I highly recommend people watch it.
Cool, man.
Anything with Morgan Freeman is good.
Yeah. So, but yeah, this whole, y'all were talking about taxes and everything and the fiat currency. And what a lot of people don't realize is this central banking system, we are under the third central banking system in the United States. The first two were done away with. The first one was in the 1790s, and there was a 10-year charter for that. And the charter ran out, and the United States never, reinstituted the charter, but they didn't give up. England didn't give up. And so it was put into place, and Andrew Jackson was the one that defeated the second central bank. And
because he was asked what was your greatest accomplishment on his deathbed, and he said, I killed the bank. Yep.
Yeah, and that's why. And if you look back at the history of Andrew Jackson, his re-election was stolen from him as well. And what he did is he went to the people and gave people the truth, and then he was reelected. Kind of like somebody else we see today. And so when the third central bank came in, well, there was many years of prosperity for America after Andrew Jackson got rid of them, and then they slowly crept their way back in, and it started in 1871. Yes. And then, of course, in 1913, with the creation of the Federal Reserve and the IRS, we were completely back on a third central bank, and that's what we've been subjected to for over 100 years now. And people don't realize, like the one gentleman that spoke a second ago, that we've been debt slaves. Everybody, we talk about slavery, but we've all been enslaved by debt.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And so that's what we've got to get rid of, is this central bank system, and that is what's taking place right now.
Then on top of that too, Jimmy, there's so much slavery that there's even slavery over your mind.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's a given.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's a given, but I'm just saying, like, there's slavery that exists. Like, you can get caught up in a cult almost in every aspect of life, or something to take over your mind somewhat. You have to be very cautious person and doubt it's good to doubt everything. And the witnesses, they do doubt everything, but they only follow, what Watchtower tells them, and they become stupid people.
Yeah. and a lot of folks that aren't even involved in Watchtower, just your normal people you run across.
Just normal everyday people that watch CNN.
Yeah.
Can I ask? So,
Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
I wanted to ask a question. How is what exactly, in your opinion, is being done now to get rid of the central bank?
Well, if you look at, were you asking me?
Yes. Yes.
In my opinion, and from what I've seen, is a lot of your other countries out there, and we'll see. Let me go back. So the central bank system created tentacles to go throughout the whole world. If you look up central banks, you'll see how many central banks or how many different countries have central banks all throughout the world. And what's been happening over the last 3 to 4 years is these countries are getting away from the central banks. That's why you have the BRICS nations. The BRICS, they're coming off of the SWIFT system. The SWIFT system is what has been used by the central banks, and we're moving into a different banking system. So they have been losing, the central banks have been losing power outside of the United States for quite a few years now. And you've got don't quote me on the exact figure, but you've got three plus billion people right now that are no longer under the central bank system. And so that's why I tell folks, this is bigger than what people really think about. People don't, I'm not an economist, I'm not a money guy, but I know that things are changing, and eventually it's going to change here in the United States as well.
Hey, Jimmy, check this out. Something me and Gilbert always talk about. Gilbert loves, when we were babies, me and Gilbert, he always loved money. And I've always been a worker, so I'm a slave. I'm the Mexican. My brother is Jewish. And that's what we always just say, because he could smell the dollar bills in your wallet. He could tell you have a 2 1s, 2 5s. I mean, he's always been great since we were babies. And he's the rich man in the family. I'm the poor man. I pay for the band. You know, he's dancing. But this is what we always say. We're the biggest spenders on the block in the whole planet. We spend ourselves into oblivion. 35. I think Aaron talked about how our brains cannot comprehend that number.
Oh, no.
And yet we're still standing. What the heck? It defies reason and logic. For example, you owe that much money. This is how wars begin.
Yeah.
You owe a nation that much money. They take your territory in traditional. So the hate might be upon us Americans so great because we spend into oblivion. And yet the other nations that don't spend as much, they're in worse shape than we are.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how that's able to be done. It has something to do with other countries buying our debt. I don't know exactly how that works, but that's what's been done to allow the United States to keep moving on with their fiat system.
Because we're the primary, the dollar is the primary bill. Everybody works on the dollar. So we're the beneficiaries of debt.
Yeah, if you just look here recently, just here recently, Saudi Arabia said they were no longer going to use the dollar as the reserve currency for selling their oil. That they ended the 50-year agreement that they had with the United States ended. So, and they didn't renew it.
Jimmy,
so that is huge.
I happen to be a spiritual believer. I believe in the spirit, and I don't have all the answers. But I believe in God. I don't have all the answers, but I do know in the Battle Hymn of the Republic, or America the Beautiful, there's a verse in there that I love, and it says, "God, make thy gold refined."
Right.
So the reasons we're rich, the reason we're a wealthy country, is because in God we trust. Our gold is refined. We've gotten away from that, but we're living off of the sweat and sacrifice of our fathers, off of Abraham Lincoln, off of George Washington, off of our fathers in D-Day and Normandy. That's why God made our gold refined, because of the sacrifices for freedom and liberty that our fathers gave. And we've gotten away from that. And we're spending like drunken sailors now.
Yeah. I really do believe that we're going to see a period of time where we're going to end up going back to the gold-backed currency. And I think there's been enough comms and enough message sent out that we are headed that way to where our dollar will be stronger. But first, what's got to happen is
we have to be stronger. Yes.
Well, not just that, but the banking system as we know it right now has to be done away with. It has to collapse.
Yep.
And then the new system, I know that sounds trigger word for some folks, but the new banking system will take hold, and we will all be better off for it.
Let's hope that new banking system is not also controlled by the same people that control it now, because if it is, then we'll still be in trouble.
Yeah.
Let's also hope that this banking system is not the one that wants to put a microchip in our arm.
From what I've seen, it's not. But like I said, I've studied more on the geopolitical side of things versus the financial stuff, because it's so over my head sometimes that I'm just like, what? I mean, you're talking about the quantum financial system, and I try to understand it, but it's a little bit more than what I can understand right now.
Now, when Jesus turned over the money tables, was it the week that he died? It was that week, wasn't it? It was at that time.
It was close to it. It was very close to it. And that's one of the things that Gerald Celente talks about a lot too, is that the only thing that Jesus actually got that we can know of that Jesus got visually mad about was about the money changers, being in the temple.
Yeah. I was told by a Jehovah's Witness on Quora, because I was talking about how Jesus never disfellowshipped, and they said that Jesus disfellowshipped the money changers, and I'm like, no, that doesn't count. I said, if you see a gross sin being done, like say child molester doing something to hurt a child, I know it's not the same thing, but we don't have it's different today. I mean, we kind of do have the money changers, but Christ isn't here on earth to correct that. He had the right to he was angry at them. He didn't say to the congregation to disfellowship the money changers.
Correct.
They always have such weak arguments, just like the left. And it's like when you come up with a good point and they're like, the blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Great point. Great point, Eric. He turned over the tables. He didn't move to disfellowship like 21st century.
Yeah, he was angry righteously.
Yeah.
Or righteously angry. I'm like Yoda. Anger righteously he is.
And the same thing with Kennedy. When they killed Kennedy the next year, and when we were kids, we all wanted the 1964 quarter. I mean, talk about the irony. The 64 quarter, that was the last year we were silver.
Yep.
Yeah.
And 81 was the last year for copper and the pennies.
It was?
Yep.
Which year was that?
81.
81? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So we definitely...
Hey guys, it's been a smooth show lately, Ruby. I haven't had to use the mallet,
You know what? I do have a question. Jimmy brought up about about the deal that was finished with Saudi Arabia. I think America has gone to war over that before, or maybe even for less. Do you think that because Saudi Arabia made this move that the United States is going to be pushing for a war?
I'm going to tell you right now, from what I've seen and the comms and everything I've listened to, the deep state is going to push a war. That is
a big war.
And what I've been trying to do with folks or advise to folks is not to be fearful, because I think what's going to happen is the only thing the deep state has left is chaos, panic, and war. That's all they've got left. And I think that they're going to try to push it. We see the media narrative for it, but I think it's going to be a situation where it's going to be controlled in a way to where it's going to scare people, and it's going to scare people awake. I just don't think it's going to be a full-blown shooting war between countries. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think enough is going to come out and some things will happen. For example, this is what one of my sources has talked about, that the deep state wants to push a nuclear war. Okay, they want to push that. So how else are you going to scare the American people? Okay, we got Russian ships in Cuba. There could be a situation to where they could shoot off a missile from one of the rogue nations like North Korea, Cuba, Iran, whatever, and they would say to the American people, "Oh, we have an incoming missile. Everybody, take cover." Blah 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 blah. But then they shoot. But then they shoot it down over the oceans, and it actually doesn't hit the United States. A situation like that would scare the bejesus out of people, and they would start asking questions and wake them up. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it's a scenario that could be in play.
That's true. You know what I believe, and Jimmy, let me just tell you from what I've seen. When I was a kid, we believed in Red Dawn.
Yeah.
And we were taught that. We were taught to sit underneath our chairs and all that.
Yep.
But we voted the communists in. We didn't need to have an invasion. We voted for them. In 1991, I swear no human being could have guessed that the Soviet Union would have fallen with no bloodshed.
Right.
And we saw it with our own eyes. In the blink of an eye, the Soviet Union fell. No human could tell you that was going to happen. If you grew up during the Cold War, if you grew up in the 60s, 50s, 70s, 80s, it was real. The Cold War was real. It was palpable, the fear. And the Soviet Union fell overnight.
Yeah.
It was almost like the hand of God or something. And so the world events that are happening now, anything is up, and I don't think we know what could happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah. Anything is possible at the moment. But there are some things that I don't think we'll see. For example, I don't think we're going to see a civil war here in the United States. I think what's going to happen is there's going to be some pockets of riots and chaos in certain cities. And when that does happen,
we already have that.
Yeah, when that does, well, not to the scale that they want to push it to. I think it's going to get worse in certain cities. And then what's going to happen is the military is going to step in, because the National Guard has actually been deputized.
You're talking martial law.
Well, it's not so much martial law. It's so much as the military coming in and rounding up these people and taking care of them. Antifa mapping. And if you don't know about military or anything, the mapping is, checking their positions, where they're at, getting into their comms, and figuring out where these people are, so that when they do come out publicly, the military, the National Guard, they know where these people are, and they'll be able to go ahead and squash it pretty quickly. It'll be clean and swift. Now, we are at war, and everything is not going to be clean, unfortunately. But I do think, and I do believe that when that does happen, it will be squashed pretty quickly.
I feel like we already are at a civil war, but a cold one, a cold civil war in our country.
Well, that's why
each party hates each other, and it's like nobody can get along, and there's massive division, and it can be through race, it can be through political opinions. It's just there's so much friggin' division.
Well, that's why it's so important for the folks that are awake to what's going on, awake to the corruption. This is why it's so important to talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors, talk to your family, and show them, hey, these people are against all of us. Everybody needs to be shown that we have the same enemy, and it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not black, it's not white.
Well,
It's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not white. It's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not white. It's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not white. It's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not white. It's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not white. It's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not white. It's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not Democrats, it's not white. It's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's not Democrats, it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans That's
It's
why
the deep state.
exactly. And until people
it's the deep state and anyone that takes on their mentality,
Yeah.
correct.
and that can't break from it. You know what I mean?
Correct. And so if I say this all the time, and I know if people are listening to me, they probably get tired of hearing me say it, but the people of the United States, around the world, whatever, they need to unite against the real enemy. The real enemy is not your gay Democratic friend. It's not your guy in the mountain that voted for Trump or whatever. It's the deep state. That's what it is. And these are the people that are pulling the strings, or in the other example that we've always given is the jar of ants, the jar of black ants and red ants. You know, if you put them all in a jar together, they're fine. But if you take the jar and pour them out, they will fight each other.
Yeah.
And so we have to ask, you know, who's shaking the jar? It's just like the movie In the Sum of All Fears that we just watched. You know, there were actors in the middle that pitted Russia against the United States. And then once the character of Jack Ryan found out what was going on, he got the information to Russia, to America, and they're like, holy crap, we've been duped by this group of individuals and pitted us against each other. Alike with every other freaking war we've ever been in. World War I, World War II, Vietnam. And in that, you know, I've always wondered why our vets are treated the way they are. That's because the deep state doesn't give two craps about.
That's why there's commercials on our radio that says support your vets. They put it off on us. They hate the vets for whatever reason. I think it might be because they were a part of them, and they might know something. I think there's a lot of reasons why they hate vets. But
because
they're not useful
pawns.
anymore. They're not useful anymore, so they hate
Exactly.
them. And they're putting all their problems off on us. And I don't have a problem helping out somebody, but sometimes the vets even abuse it. It's just a bad situation for our government not to take care of them.
Yeah, I mean, the deep state used them as pawns.
Yes.
Jimmy, you're right, because if you look back at history, short history ago, Dwight David Eisenhower, when he left office in '59, he was a Republican ticket, and Nixon barely lost. But history shows that him and John F. Kennedy had a close relationship, almost a father-son relationship.
Yep.
Older man, younger man, and he loved Kennedy, and he was the one who talked about the military-industrial complex.
Yep.
And Kennedy and him were very tight on that. And they didn't like. So Eisenhower had made a break already from it, and he warned the American public. But also, we were so young and naive, we didn't understand those words.
Right.
Now we're starting to see it unfold in front of our very eyes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's right.
There was a guy that I went to the Kingdom Hall with, and he was in the Vietnam War, and he was a sniper, and he was an elder when he came back. This was like the 90s, and he told some people stories, and it got around. And there was a point where they were retreating because they were ambushed to a helicopter, and
Yes.
there was a little girl running with a live grenade. And he had orders to take her out before they got too close to the helicopter, or they'd all be dead, or several casualties. And he took it out, and he's had problems from that since. But the man would talk about the government and how corrupt it was, that we shouldn't have been at that war and stuff. He was very awake, and guess what? He became so awake that he left the organization, left his wife, and moved out of town, and left being an elder and all of it. And I don't know if he got apostate. This was like 90s, but I don't know if he was marked as an apostate, but he took off, and he was outspoken against the organization. So I think he probably ended up being one. His son ended up down the same road and left his wife and left the organization. It was weird.
Did he say what he saw?
I don't think they were bad men. I just don't think that they could be with somebody that was in something that they didn't want to be a part of anymore. You know what I
Correct.
mean?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You're not going to participate. Yeah. There's time to go. Every man. And that goes
And like, you know what? I give credit to like a guy that I personally know who's a Jehovah's Witness PMO, and he stays in it just to keep his family. And that's true love. You know, that is honorable, because you have to live a lie, and just to keep your wife and your kid. You know,
but remember
because
Nuremberg. Remember the Nuremberg trials in 1946, after we won the World War II, the Allied forces, our side. A lot of the Axis powers would say we were following orders, and the Nuremberg tribunal said no, that is not an excuse or a justification for what you did and what you saw, and you didn't speak up. The same thing happens with the Jehovah's Witness elders. They are all, because I was an elder too, and we're given a letter and say how to handle the child abuse case that you call Watchtower. So every elder has to make a conscientious decision right there on the spot. I know, because I was a young elder, and when they hit me right between the eyes, I go, "What the fuck am I finding?" Excuse my French. What am I doing? My whole world came crashing down. I had to leave. There was 8 elders in my congregation. 7 stayed, and I left. Every elder has to make a decision what he's going to do when confronted with something like that. Like you said, that elder that left, every elder is given a reason, and he said, "Are you going to follow orders or not?" You know, and so most of the Jehovah's Witness elders, they stay. They were all given the same information. They should all leave.
I think, yeah, I agree
Who's
with
your
that.
little buddy, man?
Go ahead, Ruby.
Who's your little buddy?
Oh, this is Skitty. This is my conspiracy cat. She's
CC, the conspiracy cat.
She
cool, man. I love animals.
Yeah, it's Skitty.
After the Pokemon, Skitty.
It looks like it looks like you stole Wally's cat, ZZ.
Yeah, she sits and there's a show that I watch X-22 all the time, and if she's not with me at that moment, I'll start X-22, and she'll hear the music, and she'll come running and sit in my lap, and she'll sit with me and watch the whole show.
Nice.
You know, cats have incredible hearing. They really do.
Say hi.
I had my father's cat. It hates me because it used to like wake me up when I was a teenager. I don't know. It's dead by now, I'm sure. But I hated the damn thing, and I like took the air compressor hose and sprayed it, and it ran. And so because of that, it hated me. And I gave a talk on the stage one time, and my father was sick, and he was listening to it, and on the speaker on the phone, and the cat heard it, and it ran away. And my father goes, "Damn!" He connected the dots, and he's like, "Oh my God, this cat hates you so much, he doesn't even want to hear you."
Yeah, she's a sweet kitty cat. I love that cat. The reason her name is,
man. I'm glad you got a good cat. Sorry to break it up. I was just trying to get the mood nice.
Yeah, it's cool.
Jesse, I wanted to tell you that I totally admire all of your knowledge and comments about politics, just like I do Jimmy. And I would love if you can join me one week for my XJW Political Corner show. I do it every Tuesday at 9 p.m. And I've been having Jimmy, and I love him so much. Thank you so much for volunteering yourself, because I didn't even ask anybody to join me, but I'm so glad that you did. And I want to make it a regular thing. But Jesse, if one day you are available, I would love for you to join me to talk about politics, because I think you just like Jimmy, you guys know so much. And I feel like I'm learning everything brand new. Like I'm a baby when it comes to everything. But the only thing that I do know is that I'm a patriot. I love this country, and I want to continue to share my opinions and thoughts about how we need to change the narrative in this country, the language, the rhetoric. And I want to extend that invitation to you.
Okay, thank you. I will accept it. And you know what? Let me tell you, me and Jimmy come from different backgrounds. And I agree with him 100%. Now, there's a dynamic me and Jimmy are different in. He says the Democrats and Republicans, but it's my sin. I'm a partisan. I'm a Republican. But I understand what Jimmy says, and I believe 100% what he said. It's not. I believe what Ronald Reagan says. There is no left and right. There's only up and down. I believe in elevating the human spirit. But yes. I believe the Republican Party is like a tool, like a carpenter has a hammer. So I believe we Republicans have to get a hold of that hammer and say, hey, don't swing it on this finished sheetrock. Let's use it on this wood here. So we're in a battle in the hearts for the mind of the party also. And I believe in Abraham Lincoln. I believe in Teddy Roosevelt. I believe in Ronald Reagan. I believe in Herbert Hoover. So, yeah, I would like to talk about that subject. But, you know, everything that Jimmy, you say, I agree with you. I agree with you. But it's the burden I carry as a partisan. Like, for instance, look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not a partisan. Rush Limbaugh was a partisan. So, but we all work together. We all work together.
Well,
hey Jesse, your brother's putting you in your place, saying that you got to take that invitation back. It needs to be discussed in the committee.
I gotta clear it with my boss.
Yeah. He said. Do you see the comment posted up?
Yes.
On the screen.
I gotta clear it with headquarters.
And this too. He said he
One
didn't get his permission.
I'm sorry, Gilbert.
And speaking to that, Jesse, one of the observations that I made by watching the RNC, I didn't watch every day of it. I watched a little bit on day 3 and day 4. But one of the things that you can notice is the old RNC, the old Republicans, they weren't there. Liz Cheney wasn't there. Paul Ryan wasn't there.
John McCain.
He's a traitor. He was a traitor to this country. He got taken out. That's a whole nother story. But yeah, he was a traitor to this country.
Mitch O'Connell.
Mitch McConnell was there.
He was there. Mitch McConnell was there, but the other guy, Kevin McCarthy, he got
booed, didn't he? O'Connell.
Yeah, O'Connell did. So a lot of people in the Republican sphere are recognizing who these rhinos are, and they're being kicked out. I mean, the Bush Cheney era is done. It's over. Yeah. So there is a shift going on the Republican side where they're trying to be more. What's the word I'm looking for?
Inclusive or
inclusive? I guess you could say inclusive could be the word, because they want everybody to recognize what we're really fighting against, and that's why So there's only so much that Trump could have done with the Republicans. I mean, with the Republican side, he got people fired, he got people out, but on the Democratic side, he really doesn't have that power where he can just say, hey, this person's got to go. We have to educate people so that they can recognize those people that belong to the deep state in the Democratic Party and get rid of them too.
True. Like Reagan. So I'm from the era of Reagan and Nixon, and Reagan says, grow the party, grow the tent, grow the tent. And he used to talk about growing the tent.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was not. They hated Reagan just as much as they hated, if you remember, in the 80s, they hated Reagan.
Oh, they did. They despise. I saw a meme this week that had Reagan on the meme, and Reagan's holding a wine glass. He's going like this, and he says, "I have to give it to you, Don. You're driving the liberals crazier than I ever could."
Yeah, and when they would hear a shot, Reagan would say, "You missed me."
Yeah, I saw that.
And he would tell the Soviets, the bombing begins in 5 minutes. So he was a troll before everybody,
Yeah. And going back to the Nuremberg trials, and you mentioned those a second ago, a part of me really believes that whole Nuremberg thing, that was a dog and pony show.
Wow.
And the reason I say that is because of Operation Paperclip. Oh. How many of the Nazi scientists were welcomed into America after World War II? Von Braun, or whatever his name is, Werner von Braun. Mm-hmm. He was a huge Nazi. So we allowed the United States, the deep state of the United States back then, allowed them people to come over, and they avoided prosecution. But they held some people accountable, and that was just to show the public that.
Jimmy, dig deeper than that. Dig a little bit deeper than that. if you remember in you're stating 1940s, but if you
Right.
go back to 1930s and reporters would interview Nazis, they were saying, hey, we got this fascism from you guys. A lot of the fascism rules we're getting from America. So
Right.
when you have the corporations mixing in with government.
Yeah, they did. That's true. That's true. And it all goes back to that globalist deep state agenda. They've been pushing this for a long time. And people just don't understand it. They haven't looked at history. They just want to know what time is their football team playing on Sunday, or when is their next superstar singer doing a concert. Those things
That's
are
right.
all distractions.
Right.
Can I bring
You know?
something up that nobody has yet, and I think it's amazing? Is that Jack Black was canceled
Yeah.
big time, and it's like so refreshing to see cancellation on the other party. And he deserved it. It's not like it wasn't undeserving, and it's just like no, you were calling for the death of the president, or at least on board with it.
Let me interject there. It was technically it was his partner that said it.
Correct.
No,
Yeah,
but
Jack,
there was something that he said at the end that made him part of it, and I can't remember the word.
then I may have missed that part.
No,
But
there was something he said at the end, and that made him like amen to it. It was like, yeah, he was a part of
Yeah,
it.
like he basically agreed with it when he should have not. I mean, I saw that video too, and
He said some
as
kind
soon
of
as I saw
agreement,
it,
and she's right. Go ahead,
yeah,
Ruby. Sorry, I'm not interrupting. Sorry,
I don't
I don't
believe
mean to.
I don't believe in censoring anybody. I believe the market should. We should be so repulsed by it that we just don't go. But as Americans, Jack Black has the right to say what he has to say. It's my opinion, and I could be wrong, but it's my sincere opinion that we should not censor anybody. Everybody has a right to say all the stupid things they want, and it comes out into the light of day. The truth comes out.
Except death threats. And hate.
yeah,
Death hate.
I understand.
That's the only thing you can't do with your voice.
I understand that, and I stand corrected.
You know, it's like I was having a conversation with somebody on Facebook one day about free speech, and they said, "Oh, well, if that's the case, and you can say anything you want, then you can yell fire in a theater, and it's okay." And I'm like, "You're missing the point. Doing that is illegal. All right." Yelling fire in a movie theater is not free speech because that can actually harm people. If you're speaking in a way like a lot of these people have spoke this past week about the shooting, then that's bringing harm to people. It could actually bring physical harm to folks. So, yes, I'm all for free speech, but don't you be saying things that could potentially bring harm, physical harm to people.
Let me interject this. You can yell fire if you're a Democrat. Look, we saw with our own eyes with Robert De Niro. He yelled fire in New York City. He yelled the F word in New York City. Remember when he was protesting Trump at the bodega?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? He was yelling fire. How did the police not interject? How did they not arrest him? He was inciting a riot.
Mm-hmm.
The last video that me and Ruby did, we played a clip. And I don't know if Ruby has that clip available to play tonight or not, but we played a clip that showed all these people that had Maxine Waters, Johnny Depp, Madonna, Kathy Griffin, all these people that were saying things that literally incited violence and nothing happened to them. You know, Madonna says, "I've thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House." And she can just say that with no repercussions. Johnny Depp said, "When was the last time an American president was assassinated by an actor?" What?
John Wilkes Booth.
I mean, but he says this stuff.
No
And so,
accountability. Yeah.
So free speech, yes, but speech like that, violent rhetoric is no, that shouldn't be done.
Now, I have a theory, Jimmy. I have a theory, being a spiritual man, that you have to love your country. You have to be a spiritual man. An American is a spirit. If you look at some of the revolutions around the world and you get a camera and you look at the streets, let's say you're in El Salvador, In Cuba, a few years back, there was a insurrection out there. There was manifestations and riots. They were flying the American flag in Cuba. The American spirit was alive. Now, the man flying the American flag was not an American, but he had the spirit of America, and it was manifested, because the song says, "Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord." Some men are not capable of seeing the spirit. When you see the flag being waved, the American flag, the red, white, and blue, in a foreign country, a spiritual man knows that that man is not an American, but he's a man of spirit. The American spirit is alive there.
Right.
And, the American spirit is not alive in Johnny Depp. The American spirit is not alive in Madonna. So therefore, they're not held to the American law, because they're not true Americans. A true American wouldn't cross that line, and he could be held accountable.
They are beholding.
You know what, Jesse? You know what actor does have that American spirit? Can you guess what I'm thinking?
No.
It's the Hulkster.
Oh.
You gotta listen to me, brother. There's nobody that's more American than the Hulkster with what he did with Trump.
That's not even his name.
That's all mine.
Oh my God.
Dude, you know what? Because he said that he would never get political, but he said, when you F with my guy, you know, he called them out. He's calling the deep state out. He's a true patriot, and others that were there too. Kid Rock. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that are fighting for liberty and freedom.
Yes.
One of the private
not all of Hollywood is corrupted. I would say like 80% of it.
I agree with that. One of the conversations,
the number may be off, but I would just say majority. But there's good people too.
One of the conversations I had with Ruby, I think we were just on a phone call, and we were talking about nationalism, and that nationalism is not a bad thing. It's not bad to root for the prosperity of your nation. Correct. If that were the case, if somebody's going to make the argument, oh, nationalism is bad, then we need to get rid of the Olympics. You got to get rid of the Olympics. You got to get rid of World Cup soccer. You got to get rid of basically every sport, because you know when you're watching the Olympics and it's USA versus Japan, us in the United States, we're going to root for USA.
And Jimmy, guess what else? The spiritual man knows. If you get rid of the nationalism, you got to get rid of Christianity, because what was St. Paul? Apostle to the nations. Yeah.
It's just so being proud of your country and wanting your country to succeed is not a bad thing. But people, they spin it and try to say if you look back at World War II and say what you want about Hitler, I know that's a touchy subject for a lot of folks, but I really do believe we haven't been told the truth about World War II, because what Hitler wanted to do, he saw what happened to Germany in the 1920s. He saw who was causing the destruction of Germany in the 1920s, and he wanted to bring things back and get Germany back to where it was at, a strong nation that took care of its people.
And he did that.
He
succeeded.
Now,
and here's the thing, Jimmy. I know where you're going with this. That the people saw him as their savior, so they were very confused when he was demonized as the enemy.
Well, I wasn't going to go to the savior conversation, because people.
No, and I'm not saying he's a savior either, but the people thought that.
But if you look at if you come up in the timeline a little bit, let's look at Libya. Libya under Gaddafi, they loved the guy because in Libya the people were prospering, and the only reason he was taken out is because he wouldn't play ball with the central bank deep state system. He wanted to sell his oil not using the fiat currency, and because of that, that's why they took him out. And who was filmed or photographed or filmed and she was actually doing an interview that was so proud of taking Gaddafi out? It was Hillary. Hillary said, "Yes, we got him."
That guy Gaddafi, I want him out of there.
But the thing is now look at Libya. Libya is a cesspool that has been divided between these factions, and the Libyan people are suffering now because of it. The deep state went in there and destroyed it. And they did the same thing in Iraq. And they tried to do it in Syria, but they failed in Syria. They were wanting to oust Assad and blamed that he was the one gassing his people. He wasn't the one gassing his people. That was the deep state over there in doing that. And it wasn't until Donald Trump got elected that Putin went into Syria, backed by Trump, and they took the deep state out of Syria.
Yeah.
You also have not just Hillary Clinton, but Barack Obama, who got a Nobel Peace Prize basically for bombing civilians in a
Oh my God!
drone run.
Don't even get me started on that traitor.
But
Well,
yeah,
but I'm glad you brought that up.
They're all mafia. They've even admitted it, off the record that they're a mafia.
Yeah.
Alex Jones his life has been threatened a lot, and said we're a mafia. Don't F around with us.
Yeah.
We know that they're messing with him because they're after his livelihood.
Well, it's like Chuck Schumer. It's like Chuck Schumer said,
and his freedom of speech. That's what they're after: his livelihood and his freedom of speech.
Yeah, Chuck Schumer said probably maybe 6 months ago. I don't know exactly when he said it. And for those that are watching that may not know who Chuck Schumer is, a senator from New York, he said, "You don't mess with the intelligence agency because they have 6 ways of Sunday to get back at you."
Yep.
What?
I just wanted to comment on.
Remember that movie Shooter? Do you guys remember that movie? You ever see it with Mark Wahlberg?
No, I remember hearing about it, but I don't.
It was rated R. So us witnesses that were when it came out, maybe you didn't see it, but I was always a rebel. And it's a kind of a conspiracy movie a little bit. Mark Wahlberg plays a sniper, but his buddy knows too much. Right, this guy that he knows that he ends up becoming friends with, the buddy, Mark Wahlberg's buddy, works for the FBI, and he knows too much. And the CIA are after him, and they catch him, and they say, "You're going to kill yourself." And he's like, "I'm not going to kill myself." And they get this machine, and it attaches to the arm, and it pulls it closer to his head, where it's going to pull the trigger. And when I saw that, because I was awake at that time, I'm like, "Is that what the Clintons used?" Is that what the deep state uses to kill people? Because the Clintons have like 20-something people that or 30-something people they know that have committed suicide.
I think it's over 50, Eric. It's over 50.
Yeah, I'm trying to be fair because I don't know the number.
It's over 50.
It's too much. Whatever it is, even my number's too much. Never mind 50 or over 50.
What was Ruby going to say?
Yeah, sorry, Ruby.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to thank Jimmy for bringing up that subject about nationalism because I recently got into a conversation on a Twitter space, and it was challenged to me because I made the comment that I identify as a Christian nationalist, and the person on the space told me, "Well, isn't that anti-American? Because in the First Amendment it says that Congress should make no laws regarding religion." And so I told him, "You know what? I'm going to reread that. Thank you for challenging me, and I'm going to bring it up." And when I read it and I gave the interpretation of the First Amendment that it says, "Congress shall make no law on establishing a state religion." And that's where people don't really understand is that Christian nationalism doesn't mean that I want to create an established state. Christian nationalism, or just nationalism in general, just means that you put your country first, and that I'm also going to incorporate Christianity with it because I agree with the worldview of Christianity. So when I'm looking at the people who I want to vote for, I want to vote for people who are going to put God first, who are going to make biblical laws. And so that doesn't mean that I want the entire nation to be Christian, because I know that each state is going to feel differently about that. But that's why I say I'm anti-Fed, I'm small government, because I want the power to go back to the states.
Absolutely.
If a state,
To the people.
if a state doesn't want that in their state, then they should vote for their representative to represent them. But in my state, when I'm looking at who I'm going to vote for and I say, oh, I'm a Christian nationalist, that's not anti-American to me. I think it's more American than anything, because I want my state to be clean. I want it to be moral. I want it to follow biblical standards. And that doesn't mean I want to convert everybody. I'm just saying that my personal preference is Christian nationalism because I love America.
Yeah.
Hey, can I tie off of that? Jesus said to turn the other cheek, but when they kick you in the ass, I mean, you got to kick back. Look, they always say separation of church and state. Our Democrat communist brothers always tell us about. What about the separation of church and science? What about the separation of church and abortion? State and abortion. What about the separation of transgenderism and state? If you look at what the state has, fascism with all these things, all these nouns, everything, they've done way more damage than the Christians could ever dream of doing. They're always pushing the Christian bogeyman. Oh, there's going to be a theocracy in America. Well, what do you call Fauci? What about separation of church and science? What about the separation of science and state? What about the separation of science and abortion? If you go to an abortion rally, Planned Parenthood, and you're a Christian, you'll go to jail.
Yeah, and that's true. There have been people that have gone to jail for that.
It's dangerous.
The turn the other cheek.
We're not the problem in this planet. We're not the problem of the planet. Yeah, we got some crazy Christians. I understand that. We all do. Judas was a Christian, wasn't he, for a while? Okay, Jesus had a Judas. I know that we have some crazy people on our side. But the ones causing the problems are not Christianity. It's not Christian nationalists. A lot of doctors are causing a lot more deaths than Christians are.
You know what's weird? If it wasn't Judas, it'd be Peter, Mark, Paul, and anyone else. Someone had to be the asshole to fulfill the prophecy, the story. And pardon my French, but like someone had to be the jerk. Somebody had to be the fall guy.
Yes.
And if Jehovah God or Yahweh or whatever, or in Jesus Christ, if they are the judge, I would like to think that they would give someone like that a second chance because they were involved in the story. I don't know. I can't, like, Jehovah's Witnesses, their mentality of redemption is so weak. And it, all I'm saying is I'm not making a statement that Judas is going to be forgiven or given life. It's just that we don't know. And then now they're saying that they don't know. But it's like, you really don't know because they didn't mention Judas. And they probably view him as the ultimate traitor. But, we have to remember something and I tell this to the Jehovah's Witnesses that I talk to. Judas, because they say Jesus shunned Judas. And I said, no, he didn't. He washed his feet, knowing that he was going to betray him. That's how they have that doctrine so backwards, the disfellowshipping arrangement, because they would never wash the feet of Jesse Gonzalez or Gilbert or Ruby or myself or Aaron or Jimmy. But they would never do that. We're your enemy, and they would never show a gesture of kindness to us.
Yeah,
but that because Jesus was our model, and yes, we look up to him, and humans can never perfectly do something like that. But still, they would never even humble themselves to listen to us, to what we have to say.
Yeah, and what I was trying to tell to Ruby is that the church is specifically enumerated in the Constitution. Specifically, all these other perceived freedoms that we have, the internet or anything that we enjoy today, abortion or anything, is not enumerated in the Constitution.
Correct.
Like, let's take the Constitution. Is welfare in the Constitution?
Nope.
But at the beginning clause, it says, and provide for the general welfare. So a lot of our brothers and sisters in the American debate say, well, it is because in the opening remarks, it says to provide for the common welfare. And that's the opening they have. But if you continue reading the Constitution, it says, and to protect the blessings of freedom for ourselves, liberty for ourselves and our posterity. So the argument could be made that abortion is against the Constitution because you're eliminating your posterity when the posterity is specifically enumerated in the Constitution. It's specifically stated. And I don't know, that's just me thinking outside the box. But
I think where it mentions the welfare is talking about the safety. the safety of the nation, because that's the federal government's main job. One of the biggest job that they have is protecting the welfare of Americans, or the safety of Americans.
True, but our brothers interpret it different. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what was meant by that.
Correct. Yes, and you probably go back to Madison and our founding fathers in the Federalist Papers, and it will probably specifically say that. But it doesn't. Yeah, it just says and provide for the general welfare. So our brothers on the other side use that as the welfare clause.
Well, unfortunately, what we see throughout history is these folks like to change the language of things. I mean, we saw it with, they changed Wikipedia, Google. They changed the definition of what a vaccine really was.
Correct.
And so they've been doing this they changed the definitions of things so that people will get confused and be like, what? And they've done that with the Constitution. They've perverted the Constitution and what the Constitution actually means, because they'll say, well, no one needs how's it go? What do they say? No one needs a clip that has 50 rounds in it for deer hunting. That's not what the Second Amendment was talking about.
Exactly.
And the founders,
when it says the right to bear arms, it's not talking about hunting.
No,
it's talking about a tyrannical government and using your right to bear arms against a tyrannical government if it should form.
Yeah, they specifically used the word arms because the founding fathers knew that as we progressed in time, our weapons would change. And so they used arms. They didn't say, you have the right to bear a musket or the right to bear a cannon. They didn't say that. They said arms because they knew that weapons would change.
Yeah, a general term.
See what the left does to try to demonize guns, because someone like Seth MacFarlane, who is the creator of Family Guy, he has a bit about the Constitution and the right to bear arms, and they make a joke. He makes a joke about it, and he says, "Oh, look, what could go wrong here? Everyone has the right to bear arms," and he shows the animal bear arms. Like, I don't know. It doesn't even make sense. He's just trying. He's trying to make comedy and mock our Constitution.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what that is. That's what these lefties losers do. Because comedy is the most powerful tool to manipulate. It really is. Right. Because you're laughing at something and you're making light of what's actually being said. Because I watched that, and I was a Jehovah's Witness then, but I was awake, and I said, he's against our guns. Like he's like, I knew where that man was headed. Like he was a lefty.
Our founding fathers,
a far lefty.
Our founding fathers knew how important it was for the nation to be able to defend itself. Because if you think about it, when the Revolutionary War started, what was the first thing that the British went after? What was the first thing that they went after?
The first thing that the British went after what?
So let's say let's just say the British landed in Baltimore. Okay. Yeah. What was the first thing that they were going to go after and take away from the colonists?
The armories.
The guns.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Because they knew the British knew that if they could get the guns away from the people, they couldn't fight back. And look what's happened in Australia. Look what's happened in England and other nations where they have no gun rights. Those countries have been overrun. Why do you think that during CV they were putting people in camps in England and in Australia? Because they knew that the people weren't going to be able to fight back.
Yeah. Hey, and you know what? Look at what happened
even
in COVID.
Even parts of America are restricted too. Like where I come from in Rhode Island, the gun laws are really strict. And now that I live in Nashville, Tennessee, I could get an AR-15 right now if I wanted to. I got a pistol in 10 minutes. 10 minutes it took me to get one.
We're all
Go ahead, Gilbert. Jesse.
We're all eyewitnesses of this. During COVID, we lost all our 10 Bill of Rights. First Amendment, Third Amendment, Fourth Amendment, right to privacy, freedom of religion, freedom of you couldn't congregate, the right to assembly. But the Second Amendment was the constant. They couldn't get rid of the Second Amendment. They got rid of all the other ones, and we forfeited everything. We forfeited our churches. We shut up our mouths. We forfeited our right to association, to go to the gym. But our Second Amendment, we never gave up.
And we gave up all of our, well, the majority of America gave up all their rights. Why? Because of fear.
Fear.
They pushed fear, and people freaked out and let the government do what the government was going to do. But
under the color of law, not real law.
Yeah, but some of us were like onto it, and we're like, yeah, no, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, because
that's exactly what we're gonna talk about on Tuesday. Jimmy and I.
Cool.
I'm a Christian man. I lived in
what time on Tuesday, Ruby, again?
9 o'clock.
9 p.m. Yeah.
9. Okay, so 6 o'clock my time, because yours is Eastern.
Hey, I'm in my community. It's a small town, Yuma, 55 years.
No.
And I would go to the store without a mask, and they would kick me out. And I went out flipping them off. And
you know what?
I should not do that. I shouldn't have to do that.
You know what I did? I had a lanyard, is that what they're called? Lanyards, a lanyard or whatever, wrapped around my neck that I wore. And on this thing, it said, can't mask, don't ask. Please respect the Disabilities Act or whatever. I wore that everywhere I went. And so when I went into a store, I went into a health store, a vitamin store one time, and there was all these signs, wear your mask, blah, 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 blah. I said, F that. I walked in. And when I walked in, there was like nobody in there. But there was one guy that was working there, and he was way in the back. And I'll probably mention this again on Tuesday, Ruby. But he walked up straight up to me, sir, you need a mask. And I said, read this. And he looked at me, and after he looked up at me, and I told him, I said, listen, you're going to be fine. I need one thing. I know where it's at. I'm going to go get it, and you're going to check me out. And that's what I did. I went over and I got it, and I checked out. And I said, you're going to be fine.
Awesome.
and that's the courage and the bravery that a lot of people wouldn't do, because they're just, oh, I'm going to hurt someone's feelings, or I need to abide by this mandate or whatever. Most people, sorry, I'm going to say it this way, didn't have the balls to stand up to tyrannical government during CV.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And
when I went to all right.
Gilbert taped
I live in Gallatin, Tennessee, and I went to Nashville because that's where it's about 40 minutes from me, and that's where the Asian markets are. And this was around when COVID was going on, but it was the end of COVID, and it was like whatever. I never wore my mask unless I had to, and I live in a red state, so it's like not really that big of a deal. But Nashville is blue, like it's a blue city.
Unfortunately,
Unfortunately. And when I went into the grocery market, there was a guy there, and he had his mask on, and the friggin' idiot pulled his mask down enough to talk to me so he could hear me. And he said, where's your mask? You need to be wearing your mask. And I said, I'm sorry? And he said, your mask, you're not wearing your mask. I'm like, no, I heard you. I can't believe you actually said that. Fuck you. I'm sorry for swearing, buddy, but I literally told him to go, yeah. And I said, you want me to wear? I said, take your mask off. And he said, you want me to take my mask off? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, you are part of the problem. Like, no, you are too. Can't you see? We're on the opposite sides of each other. Like, you don't get it. And then I broke it down. I said, the mask does not help in any way. I said, wear your goggles. You got to have a full face. You got to have a fireman's mask, or like when I was in auto body, you got to have a full face mask with respirators with 3M filters on the sides. I'm like, you have no logic. You were just agreeing with your political party, just like Jehovah's Witnesses agree with the governing body. It is no different. I got so mad at the guy, and he ended up leaving in a huffy. And I don't care. It didn't bother me at all. I said F you because you're telling me how to live my life? Are you kidding me? I'm not 10. I left the Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm not going to be told what to do anymore, especially from a peon. Sorry,
Hey,
that's my rant.
Hey, Eric, I have to tell you this. You're not going to
It's
believe me. You're not going to believe me. But you know what Gilbert did? And I told him not to do this. I begged him because I thought he was going to get killed. But
Who?
Gilbert, my brother,
Oh, Gilbert.
Gilbert, he would go into the stores. He taped a blue mask to his ass and he would walk around. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. This is a true story. During COVID, I don't know how he didn't get beat up in Phoenix.
Yeah, damn. That's brave.
yeah,
I don't
there's
go looking for trouble, but when trouble finds me, I don't have a problem speaking up. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna talk a little bit more about that on Tuesday. But one of the things that got me was the very first time. It was March of 2020, and I had a dental office that I needed to go in and conduct the open enrollment for the insurance that I was selling. And there was me and 4 employees, and we were all sitting like right close next to each other. And then the doctor comes out. Or I guess it wasn't the doctor. It was like one of the head guys there. He comes out and he says, "You all should be wearing a mask." And we were like, "Okay, well, where's the masks at?" And that's what the employees were saying. I'm like, "Really? Why we got to wear a mask?" And so they're on the box over there. And so they grabbed the box, they handed me the box, and I went and turned to the back of it. And on the freaking box, it said, "Does not protect against viruses." On the damn box. So why did we have to wear them?
Yeah, it's
1984.
so true. It's
It's-
only the doctors I wanted to tell the truth because I was taking a college course during that time, and I was training for medical assistant, and we were talking to our instructors who were nurses. And they said the truth to us. They said nothing can kill a virus, only washing your hands with soap and water and just clean surfaces and kill the bacteria with Clorox, bleach. That's the only thing that's going to be kill germs. Everything else that you're doing is only going to put germs on your face because you touch it with your fingertips and then you touch your fingers with everything around you. So it doesn't make any sense. And I used to tell my nurse instructors all the time. So why are we following these things? And everybody just shrugs their shoulders like, because we just have to. And I was like, absolutely not. I only wear the mask because I go to this class, which is, for medical stuff. So you have to wear the gear. But as soon as I left that class, I didn't wear it. And I was in Florida and people were still looking at you sideways if you didn't do it. But it like we've been saying, you cannot be afraid to stand up for what you believe in. You need to act like an American. You need to walk around as if you know your rights.
And the ones that are, they were so pro everything that the government was saying, they're like, "Oh, this is natural. This is occurring. It's happening." So my question to them is, why was there a patent for it? Why was there a patent for CV? Why was there a patent for bird flu? The only way you have a patent on something is if it was man-made. And they get this glazed look over their face like, "What did you just say?"
Mm-hmm. And why did Jehovah go along with it?
Because they're part of the deep state.
Exactly. That was a rhetorical question.
I know.
But you know what, Jimmy?
It's so true.
How did Jehovah, a lot of apostates, we all leave with a doubt. What if Jehovah's real? But I really believe in God the Father. I don't believe the Jehovah that the witnesses talk about, the Jehovah of Jehovah's Witness, can be true, because you and I and Eric and Ruby, we all grew up in the same church, and they told us that it is impossible for God to lie. Jehovah was involved in a lot of lies during COVID.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
It is impossible for God to have been involved in COVID.
Hey, Ruby.
I don't believe that scripture where it says that it's impossible for God to lie. You know why? Because anytime the Bible says that it's impossible that God can't do this or impossible God can't do that, I get because you hear the same shit with people in Jehovah's Witnesses. Jehovah would never do this and he would never do that. And you hear it in the Catholic Church, all religion. God would never allow this.
Eric, can I
He would
answer
never
that?
allow nuclear war. Has he said so?
Eric,
I mean,
can I
there's
answer that?
like we need to hear it from the source before we make all these judgments.
Eric, let me answer that.
And what if God? I want to say one final thing, and I'll let you go. What if God decided what was a lie because He is almighty and all powerful? What if He decided that, hey, I can say something, and you may think it's a lie, but I'll decide if it's a lie or not because I'm the creator. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, do I believe that He'll give some kind of paradise, whether it's on heaven or earth? Yes. So I don't think He'll go back on that lie. So I'm not calling Him a liar. I'm just saying that I do think it's possible that God can lie.
Hey, I like your comment, and I want to go to what Jimmy said about the language, the changing of the language. What I've been doing lately, when I have a doubt about a Jehovah's Witness teaching, or when I read jw.org, I don't believe the New World Translation now. A lot of times they hurt Christianity. So I go back to the Greek scripture, or I go look at Bible Hub, Bible Gateway, and I look at all the other translations on the planet. And usually the Watchtower is whack on their translations. And one or two words make them side with the world. And that's true. If you ever have a doubt about Christianity or about a Christian belief, Christian anything, and you go to the New World Translation, you're probably going to side with the New World Order. It's good to go back maybe to a Greek Septuagint, go to the Bible Gateway, King James Version, New King James Version, but get away. So when it says it's impossible for God to lie, what I would do now is I would go back to the original scripture and see how it was interpreted. Usually Watchtower plays with the interpretation and it makes a mess of things.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They hurt everybody they touch, even in their translation. Yeah. Like, for instance, do you remember in the scripture it says not to, that Jesus says that He won't be forgiven those who sin against the Holy Spirit. The first thing Jehovah does, He changes it to active force. Oh my God! If that's not a warning, I mean that. You know, when they started playing it with the active force.
Can you say that again? They changed what from what to what?
The Holy Spirit. Jesus said never
they changed
to sin.
Holy Spirit to active force. Is you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
right there. That was a big clue that we're not dealing with a Christian organization, because no Christian in their right mind would play around with the word the Holy Spirit.
I thought they said Holy Spirit or His active force.
It doesn't matter. Why even go there?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. They would say it's God's active force.
Yeah.
When every other scripture in the
I just
world
never
says Holy
caught that.
Spirit.
That's a good catch. Yeah. Sorry.
And it's the same thing in all the scriptures I've been looking up lately. I'm going back to Bible Gateway or the New King James Version, any other version, the Septuagint, anything. And usually the Watchtower changes a few words and it changes the entire meaning.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Like, for instance, look at the Bible where it talks about the simplicity that there is in Christ. And then it talks about the simplicity, and there's a Christian teaching about the simplicity. Well, you go look at that in the New World Translation, they change that word to the sincerity. It changes the whole dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
It's simple to embrace Jesus. It's simple. You love Him, and He loves you. And you walk in the garden, and He walks with you, and He tells you you are His own, the song says. It's very simple. But Jehovah's Witnesses changed that. Something so simple. You know, the love of Christ, something so simple, the free love of grace. And Jehovah's Witnesses changed. Even the word grace, they change. What do they use? They don't use the word grace. They use undeserved kindness.
Undeserved kindness, yeah.
What kind of satanic translation is that? Something so beautiful, grace.
Undeserved, meaning you're not good enough to receive it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true.
And they do it to every word out there. Communion, to the Last Supper, everything they change. They're like Karl Marx himself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I better go because
Jerry says active forces are in the Star Wars universe, not biblical.
I gotta go, guys, because my green card is going to expire.
You are young Padawan.
Yeah, guys.
Bye, Jesse. Good night.
Good night, bros.
Good night, Jesse. Thank you,
guys,
brother.
It was an honor to be with you guys.
Tell Garbert I love you both.
Okay, you got it, bro.
All right.
Yeah, guys, it's pushing 2 o'clock in the morning here, and I
Yeah,
just
you know what? That's good with me. I'm probably going to shut down soon.
I need to go ahead and jump off. But it was good talking to you guys. I'm glad you were still on when I was done with those movies, and it's always fun to have these discussions. I know a lot of people, a lot of people may scoff at what we say, but hey.
Nah, we're
Wake up,
pretty much
folks!
on.
Wake up, wake up,
We're on
folks!
board. We're on board quite a bit with a
Yeah.
lot of things. Maybe we don't. No one agrees 100%. If you do, you're in a cult.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's good to it's good to disagree.
So, but y'all have a wonderful evening, and Ruby,
Jimmy.
we'll talk, and I'll see you on Tuesday, hon. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Good night, bro.
Night.
Well, who's left? I think Rick's on in the background, so I'm going to shut it down now, guys. I just want to tell everyone in the comment section, thank you so much for being here tonight. Love you. It's been a good show. I think we had some good guests on, and are the phones off? I probably. It looks like it's all kind of shut down in the background. But hey, Aaron, I'm going to call it quits here tonight. But you got anything you want to say before I take off or we take off?
No, I enjoyed the discussion, and yeah, it was great hanging
Yeah,
out.
thanks for
And
helping me out, coming on, bro. I appreciate you.
I'm glad Jimmy came on, and yeah, the him and what's his name, Jesse, they're really lively.
Yeah.
They can talk all day, I think.
Yeah, they're both extroverts for sure. And they can come up with subjects real quick off the top of their tongue, no problem. But yeah, what is it? It's 1 o'clock my time. Not too late. I sometimes I do shows till 4 in the morning, but we'll do a short one tonight. But thank you everybody, and y'all have a good night. God bless you all. Love you everyone. And thanks Aaron again. And
Yep.
I'll
Good
say
night.
good night to Artsy Kim, Ruby Quinn, Brian, Cat B, John Marciano. Who am I missing? Jerry, Shack Composer, Gabby, Wild Wall, Cindy Lynn, and I think that's about it. Thank you, everybody. Love you. Take care. Good night.
You are listening to me live. I have taken over command of the show. Eric is asleep. Rick is asleep. And I have infiltrated the wrong place. I thought I was infiltrating Watchtower. Oh, geez. Instead, I've infiltrated the 6 screens. What the hell's happening? Well, hello, guys. This is GG for GB. Not only am I the governing body elect, but I'm also a great computer hacker. But don't worry, I will not do anything you wouldn't do. So, for all of you in the chat, if you're listening, go ahead and throw me a message. It says that there's 15 people watching now. Evidently, they kept the screen going when Eric signed off and went to sleep. And Rick must have the volume down low. And he's probably enjoying a good night's rest after a hard day's work protesting. Now let's see who's just. Somebody sent me a message right now. Wonder if it's a good old Shat Composer. Let's see here. Yeah. So, guys, is anybody live? Is anybody out there in Jehovah land? If you're in Jehovah land and wondering what happened at the controls of the 6 screens, let me know in the comments section that you're here. But the 15 people that are watching now are probably asleep, along with Eric and the gang. So, what's new with... I can't believe it, Brooke is in the show. Oh, man. Come on. There has to be somebody in the chat section that's still awake. And don't ask me how I broke in. That's a Chinese secret. So, guys, this is GG for GB coming to you at 12:54 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. And I have taken controls of the ship that has been abandoned by Eric and Rick Farron. But don't worry, I will commandeer this ship and take it to shore and bring it back safely in one piece. Okay, anybody in Watchtower land out there want to talk about Jehovah? Let's talk about Jehovah and his organization here on earth. Does anybody want to talk about Jehovah? Jesus? The Trump assassination? Everything is fair game at 1:55 a.m. in the morning. Do you want to ask, Gilbert, how did you take control of the ship? That subject we will not discuss. If you're in the chat, let me know. Shoot me a line in the chat and say, hey, Gilbert, good morning. Is Pixie out there? I wonder if Pixie's out there. So, what happened? Oh, I got to hit the volume. Yeah. Hit mute. All right, guys. I'm going to I'm going to stick around till somebody wakes up and talk about, what should we talk about? Dating after the Watchtower. That's a great subject. After the Watchtower, did you start dating worldly women? How did that work out for you? Did you let the worldly women know that you were a J-dub? Those are good questions. How many dates should you go on before you reveal that you used to be a J-dub? That's a really good question. And what has your experience been dating worldly people? Do you find that they're not as sexually promiscuous as you thought they were when you were a Jehovah's Witness? See, Jehovah's Witnesses have this belief that everybody in the world, worldly women, worldly men, get it on like Donkey Kong on the very first date. They're heathens and they have no self-control. But maybe when you got on that date, you found out that that wasn't the truth after all. Maybe you, the ex-Jehovah's Witness, was the only one thinking about sex, and the worldly person was just thinking about what to order for dinner. Wow, we got 2 more people watching now. This must be a good subject. If you like the subject, why don't you mention yes or no if you like it in the chat section? Let me know that you're still alive. So, that we lost one person. They probably fell asleep. What the hell's going on in the Rick Farron? Well, the Rick Farron show has been hijacked. It's been hijacked by none other than Gigi for GB, that took the reins after Eric left it. Abandoned for 30 minutes or more. So, going back to the subject of dating after the Watchtower, what were your experiences? Well, I found that every person that I went out with after Watchtower, that they were normal. They had self-control. They were open about sexual relations in the conversation. They stated their case, their opinions, and I found that they were more conservative than the Jehovah's Witnesses, believe it or not. Yeah, so the case of sexual repression in the Jehovah's Witnesses is true. I found that when I left Watchtower, the worldly women had more control, a lot more control than I thought, and I was pleasantly surprised. So there's another lie from Watchtower that all of those in the world are sexually oppressed and ungovernable. That's not the case. 18 watching now. Notice that when we talk Watchtowers and sex, when we talk about Watchtower and sex, the numbers seem to always go up. Also, you can click on this. I don't know if you guys can see the StreamYard link. Let me see if there's let me see if I can put the stream. I'm going to try to put the StreamYard link. Invite, copy, and hide the comment. And I don't see. There it is. There is the link. So, guys, if you want to get on the show, click on that link and you'll be on the show. 19 people watching, and the numbers are going to get higher now that we're talking about Watchtower sex. Sex before the Watchtower and after. Does it get better? There's another subject. Sex after the Watchtower. Better or worse? Wow. Now that would be a great 30-minute show. So let's see the numbers here. Oh, we lost one. So guys, it's 1:02 Mountain Standard Time. We have taken possession of the show. The ship has been abandoned, but it's a calm night. So we're just here sailing by and just taking care of this abandoned ship and this abandoned show. And we're talking about the subject that everybody likes to talk about late Saturday night. And that's Watchtower sex. What is your experience having dated after the Watchtower? When you learned the truth about the truth and you were lied to and you left Watchtower, was the dating scene better, or could it also have been awkward, like socially awkward? Because, you're a Jehovah's Witness and now you're dating a worldly person and you don't know what to do. You don't know what to say. And like we mentioned earlier, do you bring up the subject of religion? Do we ask questions and, like the good old Jehovah's Witnesses that we were, always have a comeback answer? Or did you ask questions and just listen intently to what your date had, to your date's opinions? That's one of the problems I had, because as a Jehovah's Witness, I really didn't care about your opinion. As a matter of fact, I didn't care what you thought. You were wrong. I was right. So translate that into a dating scene. Like you have to learn to care about what other people think, about other people's feelings, about other people's beliefs. And believe me, that was not easy. That was pretty hard for me. It was not easy doing that well, it was easy, but that's one thing I had to learn how to do, is listen intently, because I was a bad listener, having grown up as a Jehovah's Witness. And you could say I could blame Watchtower and the reasoning book and the service meetings where they taught us to ask questions, but not really listen, to just be ready to come back with a know-it-all answer. But looking back now, I saw how it did affect a lot of my friendships, even with men, and I have to admit that I was a know-it-all, a Watchtower know-it-all. But I changed my ways when I learned the truth about the truth. And I'm glad to say I'm no longer a know-it-all. But I do know how to break in to abandoned live stream chats, shows on YouTube. And that's why you're listening to me at 1:05 in the morning, because I have successfully taken over Eric's show. And if you would like to be part of the show and ask me questions on a Saturday night, you can reach us through the StreamYard link or via the chat section. I can't believe that 16 people are listening in, but nobody wants to go in on the live chat. Well, anyways, what else could we talk about? The end of the world. Are we living in the end of the world? I don't know. But we're living in the end of something. Something's got to give. Have you seen the news lately? The news is crazy. Something gots to give. Now, one thing I saw in the news, there was this woman in the Pennsylvania State Fair. You saw it on GatewayPundit.com, and a reporter was, a citizen reporter, had his phone out, and she was talking, bad about Trump, and he basically asked her, like, you don't wish the president to be dead, do you? And she emphatically says, yes, I wish he was dead. And he couldn't believe it. He's like, well, how could you say such a thing? And he kept repeating it like 2 or 3 times, that how could you wish death on another human being, on a president? Like, it would be wrong for us to wish death on Obama or Biden. No, never. And if you don't like Donald Trump, that's fine, but don't wish death. So the problem I'm trying to say is there's a phenomenon going on right now. And is that there's certain people that have gone batshit crazy, that they're actually wishing for the death of the president, one of the presidents of the United States. But who's next? Could the next person be you or me? And if she's so nonchalantly talking about killing Donald Trump, well, I thought she had a wedding ring. I thought, well, I mean, is this how you feel about your husband if he did you wrong? You're going to kill him too? I mean, where does this end? So I think what I'm trying to say is there's a disease going on right now where people are thinking that it's acceptable to go on camera and to go on and say that you're okay with the killing of somebody. And what's worse is some people are even recording themselves and putting it on their YouTube account or their social media accounts. I mean, the level of mental illness to do such a thing is rising in this country. And where's Watchtower? They're nowhere to be found. Watchtower's not out there telling people, hey, don't fall into this trap of wanting to kill people because they don't agree with you. Oh, hold on. That is what Watchtower teaches. If you don't believe what Watchtower believes, you're going to die in Armageddon. Ain't nothing wrong with that, because at least Jehovah would do the killing. But what if Jehovah decides to change his mind and he stops his celestial chariot and then he says, you know what? I think I'm going to let my people that carry my name, Jehovah, do the killing. And what if Watchtower will start deputizing Jehovah's Witnesses to do the whacking of Jehovah's enemies? Do you see how dangerous this is? We're seeing the teachings of Watchtower now being played out in the political realm of the United States of America, of being socially acceptable to say that it's perfectly fine to wish the death of your political enemy. After all, this is what Watchtower teaches. That it's perfectly okay for Jehovah to kill his political enemies. And maybe he'll deputize his pioneers, or maybe he'll deputize his Bethelites to do the killing. Don't you see how dangerous a world we live in right now? This is a very sick world that we're living in. And the leadership of a religion is not speaking against this, is not taking a stand and saying, this is wrong. And when you look at this woman, it's a Pennsylvania woman. She calls for the assassination of Trump at a state fair. She is openly calling for the assassination. And she looks like a normal person. And then the nice thing about the article is that the person who wrote the article says, at the end of the day, I am praying for this woman's salvation and sanity. Wow. Yes, we have to pray for our enemies, because our enemies have fallen into this sick mindset that this type of behavior is acceptable. And one of the things that she started talking about in her rant says the woman went on a rant about illegal immigrants menstruating, and how she is upset about the illegal immigrants getting deported under President Trump. Wow. And she was ranting about illegal immigrants menstruating while they're trying to get over here to the United States. I mean, and she's using that as a reason, as a basis for the execution of another human being who she politically disagrees with. Tell me, friends, that there's not something wrong with this. Wow. And here we have this on the same news channel. A deranged loon, Keith Olbermann, is insisting Trump wasn't shot with a bullet and says Ronnie Jackson isn't a doctor. So we all saw it on live TV, but this news commentator is trying to tell us that you didn't see what you saw. It's like Jehovah's Witnesses saying Jesus returned in 1914, but nobody saw it. That's what we're living in. We're living in it's like the whole world, like Keith Olbermann and all of his friends, like they're the Jehovah's Witnesses now. Am I the only one that looks at the news and think, you guys sound just like Jehovah's Witnesses? I see news article after news article, and I'm thinking, oh my God, you guys, you Democrats, especially the Democrats, but some Republicans too, but you guys sound like illegal aliens. Wow. Wow. So let me see here. So 14 people watching now. One person probably woke up and says, what the hell? It's 1:14 in the morning, Mountain Standard Time. And Gilbert's still ranting. No, I'm not ranting. I've simply commandeered the ship because the ship has been abandoned. Let's see here. What else is in the news? Oh, here's another Jehovah's Witness. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's a Jehovah's Witness, all right. You got to look at her. She live streams an hour-long rant and says nobody will support Kamala as Biden's replacement and calls Trump a neo-Nazi just days after he was shot. So Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez calls Trump a neo-Nazi. Now, Donald Trump has hotels. He doesn't have concentration camps. People pay him to go to the hotels. That's what I'm saying. These people all over the news, they sound like Jehovah's Witnesses. They're out of touch with reality. This is some crazy stuff. Now, I don't know if any of you guys know where Jupiter, Florida is, but anytime the news starts out with the words Jupiter, Florida, it's not good. I have yet to see a news article with the words Jupiter, Florida, and something good. So let's see what this news article says. Jupiter, Florida man arrested Friday after making a deadly threats against President Trump, J.D. Vance, and their daughters. Oh my goodness. This guy hates his political opponents so much that he wants to even kill their daughters. Now, I would say, no, this can't be true. But since it starts with the words Jupiter, Florida, I've been in Jupiter, Florida. I was at a Love's gas station over there. My truck broke down. Yeah. This guy sounds like, well, he doesn't sound like a Jehovah's Witness. Breaking. Democrat Rep. Sheila Jackson Lee died at 74. Okay. You know who else died? Lou Dobbs died yesterday, and there was another actor that died. He was a comedian. Bob Newhart died. So I don't know if any of you guys were fans of Lou Dobbs or Bob Newhart. Lou Dobbs used to be a news anchor way back in the day in Yuma, Arizona, where he was a young man starting out. Now, check this out. Breaking. A massive fire engulfs Dallas area church led by Trump supporter Pastor Robert Jeffries. So here you are, you're a pastor of a church in Dallas, Texas, and you over here saying, I like Donald Trump, I'm a pastor of a church, and next thing you know, your whole church is burned to the ground. I mean, oh, listen, hold on. Gilbert, you are out of touch with reality. That's right. Good night. Who is this guy? I wasn't even looking at the chat section. No, 007. I have commandeered the ship. This ship is just floating around in the sea at night because everybody fell asleep at the wheels. So I snuck in, I took over and commandeered the show. But the good news, 007, is that Rick can go through the editing session. He can edit this part out when it's done. So I am not out of touch with reality. So I am commandeering the ship. And why aren't you clicking the link? And 007, is that the best that you have? Evidently, it is. Now let's go back to the news. What's up with that? Burning churches because the pastor likes a certain political candidate? Whoa. Let's see what else is in the news. Hollywood leftist George Takei, who was in Star Trek, claims Trump was not actually hit by a bullet because he needs a doctor's report to prove it. Think about this. Are we like in grade school? I need a doctor's report. The live televised shooting is not good enough for this man. This actor in the show Star Trek needs a report from a doctor to say that Trump was shot by a bullet. Now, this is where hate blinds. This is where I always quote Yoda. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. We're living in a world where people are hating, have so much hate that they can't even see that it's daytime or nighttime. They can't tell if something is white or black because their hatred blinds them. Updated widespread crowd strike outages explained. Possible election implications. Well, it looks like this CrowdStrike software had some trouble the other day, and it caused all kinds of problems in banking and airlines. I did not feel the impact, but others did. Did you feel, and were you impacted by the CloudStrike software outages? Now, that's a good question. Was Watchtower affected by CrowdStrike? I don't know. 007, don't do that. Okay, let me see. I think it's still there. But it looks like 007 got rid of that comment where it says, Gilbert, you are out of touch with reality. I don't see it no more on the YouTube page. It looks like he deleted his own comment. Don't do that. Don't insult somebody and then take away your comment. You know, if you're going to insult somebody, insult them and insult them good and let it stick and let it stand. But come on, 007, if you're going to take a jab, you know, make it count. But on the StreamYard chat, I can still see your comment. I wonder if I can highlight it. No? Okay. So let's go back to the news. Godless View co-host Joy Behar bashes Trump for mentioning God, says his bandage should have been over his mouth. Now, this is what I'm telling you, man, about the hatred. This girl, Joy Behar, who has a TV show, right, The View, is upset that Trump used the word God. But we all use the word God. Everybody uses the word God. And then to say that the bandage should have been put over his mouth? Wouldn't that be the pot calling the kettle black? I mean, Joy Behar, Donald Trump has the same right to speak as you do. It's called the First Amendment. I don't get it. But she sounds like a Jehovah's Witness. I'm telling you, man, when I look at the news, all I see is Jehovah. Censoring people, deleting people. Wow. This makes you think that we are living in the last days. Evil gun woman shoots helpless baby in front of his parents in Philadelphia. You know, sometimes I wonder, man, not to criticize Philadelphia, but all of these big cities. I live in a big city. Man, you know, maybe I need to leave the big city. It's a dangerous world out there. Now, watch. Chris Christie shocks The View by announcing he's not voting for Trump or Biden. Think about this. You're a guy that nobody wants. You run for president, but you can't get nobody to vote for you, but that's fine. You run for president, and he's so pissed off that he can't get his way, that Donald Trump won't give him a job in his cabinet. And no one in the Democrat Party is going to give him a job. So here's this guy that's jobless in the political realm, Chris Christie, the former governor of New Jersey. And then he goes and pounces like a little girl and says, I'm not voting for Trump or Biden. I mean, really? I mean, how shameful for you're a grown man and you're crying about not voting for Trump and not voting for Biden, and your whole life is dedicated to politics, but everybody knows that nobody wants, no wonder nobody wants to hire you. I don't know. But sounds like a Jehovah's Witness to me. Wow, this is crazy. lawsuit. Migrant children suffered pervasive abuse, including rape, sexual assault at Biden contracted housing facilities. I always wondered about, like, how do you go to work and you see all of this? That's crazy. I'm telling you, man. I'm looking at the news on a Saturday night, and I'm thinking to myself, what Bob Hope said. The good news is Jesus is returning. The bad news is he's really pissed off. Man, I'm looking at the news and I'm thinking, I mean, is there not enough bad news where God would be pissed off and say, enough is enough? It makes me wonder. How is it that we cannot be living in the last days? Wow. My brother Jesse talked about this in the show earlier today with Eric. The Venezuelan migrant who was on TikTok instructing illegals, aliens, how to invade American homes and to invoke squatters' rights when the sheriffs go over to the house. He is believed to be a sergeant in dictator Maduro's military intelligence unit. Wow, imagine if that does play out. So the Chinese, the Venezuelans, the Russians can be sending people here illegally to influence other people to commit more illegal acts and to teach them how to get away with it legally. You heard that right. Wow. How many people do we got? 13 people still. 13 people on the ship. Don't worry, guys. All of you 13 people watching now, I'm going to bring you home. That's right. I'm taking this ship to shore when Rick Farron wakes up and Eric, because Eric abandoned his ship, so I'm going to keep the ship afloat, make sure no other hostage, hostage takers, I would say evil hostage. I'm a benevolent, loving hostage. Am I hostage? I mean, no, not hostage. A pirate. I've taken control over this ship. Oh, I lost one. One went overboard. So if you guys are still on, get in the chat section, and I'll keep reading the news that makes me think that we are living in the last days. Wow, check this out. I didn't see this one. A Dubai princess. This happened 3 days ago. She's from Dubai, a princess. She goes on Instagram and appears to accuse her husband of adultery and proclaims her divorce from him in a shocking post. Wow. So her post is a picture of her in a bridal dress with her husband with the words, I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you. Wow. Dear husband, as you are occupied with other companions, I hereby declare our divorce. I divorce you, and I divorce you. Take care, your ex-wife. Wow, and she's a looker. What a beautiful woman. Holding on to a beautiful, baby there, And then she has to come out. And then you wonder about her safety, because in America, if you divorce your husband this way, well, you have every right to. But Dubai? Oh my God. She does this in Dubai? This is dangerous for your life. I think the 12 people that are still watching are really falling asleep. And they're, because you guys aren't on the chat section. Now, here's another one. Tennis legend Martina Navratilova calls Trump's ear bandage a PR stunt, despite having seen what all of us saw on live television. It's the madness. Is there something in the water? Could the injections be the cause of the mental disconnect that people are having? I think it's the hate. When people do not control their hate, they're blinded. They can't see what we all saw. We all saw the bullet. We all saw him get shot. We all saw the man being carried away after he had died and was shot at the bleachers. And these people are saying that it's a PR stunt? 2 people critically injured and 1 person dead is a PR stunt? Wow. What about this one? Jake Tapper has now become a cannibal. The CNN reporter is now a human cannibal. He compares Joe Biden to a famous movie character who doesn't know that he's already dead. My friends, if that isn't cannibalism, I don't know what is. Now, because a couple of weeks ago, this guy was singing his high praises, and now he's calling him dead? Wow, with friends like that, who needs enemies? That's like a Jehovah's Witness, who wants friends like that? They'll drop you on a dime. Jake Tapper of CNN is exactly like a Jehovah's Witness. Who needs friends like that? Oh, I love you. You're my brother. You're my brother. Jehovah, I love you, my brother. And then stabs you in the back. The Jehovah's Witnesses and the CNN are like the same type of friends. Wow. Wow. Let's see here. What other things do we have? Now, this is funny. Joe Biden rambles incoherently, and he tells BET, the newspaper, BET, the TV station, BET host, he got arrested for being on the porch with a black family. He got arrested. Joe Biden, the United States president, is telling BET that he got arrested for being on the porch with a black family. Wow. How about this one? New York City Democrat councilwoman caught on video biting, yes, you heard me right, biting a New York Police Department officer during a clash at a homeless shelter protest. What is up with these women? This woman is biting an officer because he's trying to maintain an orderly protest? I mean, some women now complain that they can't find good men. Well, men don't want to be bitten. Men don't want to be bitten by crazy women that are protesting at a homeless event. So, I mean, how do I join a cult? How do you just say yes to everything? Megan Walker, just say yes. I'm going to put it right here. Just say yes. Do you love Jehovah? Yes. Do you believe that the governing body is being used by Jehovah and is part of his organization here on earth? Yes. You are now officially a member of a cult. If you can't beat him, join him. That's what Bugs Bunny would say. But let's see what it says here. If you can't beat him, join him. Top Biden surrogate Joyce Beatty claims Democrats are MAGA. Wow. This woman is a little bit smarter than your average Democrat, but she's saying that they should steal Donald Trump's slogan, Make America Great Again, and just say, no, that's ours. Well, that's what commies do, is they steal. Oh. Let's see here. Is someone alive at the headquarters? Hey, who's there? I saw the camera moving. They must have it. You know what it is? Rick Farron probably has the show on mute on his end. So there's a guy walking around with a laptop, with an iPad. You can see the light, but he can't hear us. That's funny. He went back to sleep. So seriously, you women, how are you going to find a husband? Look at this. The modern American woman has a problem finding men. Democrat New York City councilwoman, she was voted on by other Democrats in her district. She was caught on video biting a police officer during a clash at a homeless shelter protest. What has the world come to? You know, this should be shown at church. It says, I want the mothers and fathers to show this to your girls. You do not want to do this. Why is it that these American women are biting police officers at homeless shelter, at homeless events, protest events? There's something must be wrong in our food. Something must be wrong in our medicine. Something's in, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Wow. Look at also these young kids. I moved full on to the political violence level. Far left streamer Destiny promotes killing of Trump supporters to a huge audience. So here's this young kid in his 20s with blue hair. I guess his name is Destiny. And he's promoting killing Trump supporters. That's what the headline says. And he has blue hair. A Nashville councilwoman that was voted, she was voted to be on the council by her Nashville contemporaries, and she blames Trump for his attempted assassination. Who blames Abraham Lincoln for his assassination? Who blames the Kennedys for the assassination of JFK or Robert Kennedy? There's something wrong, I'm telling you, with the world. What else is in the news? Huh. Just in, Butler County Sheriff claims responding officers did not wear body cameras of the attempted assassination. Well, yeah, huh? Tell us something we don't know. How convenient, huh? Well, how convenient. Wow. Well, here's a prediction that did not come true. He's headed that way. Top Democrats, aides, and close friends of Joe Biden all predict he would drop out of the presidential race as soon as this weekend. Well, we're already through the weekend, and he still hasn't dropped out. So, sounds like another Jehovah's Witness giving false prophecies. Everyone wants to be the first to say it. You know, they say, "Oh, see, I told you." Yeah, but you were wrong 1,000 times, and then you want, just because you're right one time, doesn't make you intelligent or inspired by God. Let's see here. Conspiracy theorist Joy Reid from MSNBC suggests Trump's assassination attempt was staged and he was not hit by a bullet. So here's a woman a black woman whose hair looks like Donald Trump's. So then she goes and shaves it all bald. Now she's telling us that the Trump assassination attempt was staged and he was not hit by a bullet. How do these women, what kind of men live with these women? I don't get it. How do you women live with these men that have this type of mental derangement? I don't know. What other news items do we see that makes me think of Jehovah's Witnesses here? Oh, here's a good one. Republican Senators John Barrasso and Marsha Blackburn confront Secret Service Director at the Republican National Committee and chase her out of the building demanding answers. So here you have two people that are senators, and they're asking this woman who's in charge of the Secret Service, the director, and they're drilling her, and she runs away and will not answer questions. Is that not Jehovah's Witness? Tell me this is not Jehovah. I've seen this in the Jehovah's Witness world. What Marsha Blackburn and Barrasso are like apostates, and the Secret Service director is like the Jehovah's Witness. And she runs away and refuses to answer questions. Wow. That is Jehovah's Witness, if I've ever seen it. Joy Reid again suggests that Biden surviving COVID is the same as Trump surviving an assassination attempt. Wow, think of that. Trump survives an assassination attempt, and Biden survives COVID, and they're equally the same. That's so crazy. That's Jehovah's Witness thinking. She probably got that out of the reasoning book. That's the kind of logic you find in the reasoning book. Let's see what else is out there. Some people believe that the CrowdStrike meltdown, the CrowdStrike software that caused all kinds of outages, was really just a emergency test. You know, they say this is a test of the emergency broadcast system, that it really didn't go down. It was just they were testing out the system. That's a theory that is being thrown out there right now. You know, another one of these articles, when you go to these websites, they have all of these, they're trying to sell you food and vitamins and all kinds of stuff. And everyone's trying to get you to be a prepper. Because shit's going to hit the fan and you need to be a prepper. I'm not saying you should not be a prepper. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you shouldn't prep. But Jesus didn't teach people to be a prepper. And do you remember the case in Moses when people were like prepping when they left the Red Sea and manna was falling from the heaven and they just kept, you know, getting a whole bunch. And then what would happen? It would turn to worms. Remember that? Because they got more than what they needed. They were only supposed to get what they needed for the day. But they were being greedy. And then it turned into worms. And then, well, you know, after that, it calmed down. But the human tendency is to be greedy. So the point is, what if shit does hit the fan and God decides to go like Moses and everything that you prep for gets eaten up by the worms? I'm just saying. So I'm not saying you shouldn't prep. I'm not saying prepping is anti-biblical. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there has to be a balance, right? And I think it's important to prep, but there has to be a balance. So let's see here. Should I take over the show and keep this ship going? Or should I don't know, man. 16 people watching now. And not one of you guys is on the chat. Well, I'll take it back. Negan was on the chat. And so was 007, who insulted me and then deleted his insult. But I still see his insult on the StreamYard chat section. So if you're going to insult the host, make sure you don't delete the insult. Because then you lose. And I win. So if you're watching the show, let me know on StreamYard with a comment or a question. Evidence of multiple shooters at Trump's assassination attempt. I don't know. Do you buy into the more than one shooter? I don't know, man. I don't want to jump on that bandwagon. I've noticed that a lot of people jump on the bandwagon really fast. I don't know. Okay. Shit hits the fan.com. Shit hits the fan plan.com. And Israel versus Hezbollah war is brewing. Man, we all know that. That's not news. Shit, those people have been fighting for thousands of years. It's never going to end. It's never going to end. They're like the Hatfields and the McCoys. You just got to let them fight. Nothing you say or do is going to keep those people from killing each other. Why do you drag us in to your fight? Hey, Pipas or Peppa is in the house. She's listening and it's very interesting. It's not interesting, you know. I'm talking to myself because everybody abandoned the ship. So I got in. I hijacked. I'm not hijacked. What is it when like a hacker? I did my hacking. I came in and I stole control of the show. But the one thing I can't control is the end button. I don't have control. That button doesn't appear on my StreamYard, so I can't end it. I cannot end the show. I could leave the studio, but I can't end the show. But I do have control. If you come on the StreamYard link, I can allow you in. So let's go back, and she's listening. Hey, that 20, we all know about that 20-year-old kid that shot Donald Trump. He's 20 years old, and he was set up for failure. And this is what bothers me with Watchtower, and I wanted to do a video on it. That all of these kids right now are being set up for failure, and this kid was set up to be executed. He was executed. They used him as a pawn. And you would think that religions would jump on the bandwagon and say, hey, all of you children here at church, do not fall for the trap. They're trying to get you hating one another. They want to get you to hate Republicans and Democrats and everybody in between. And if you fall for the hate, if you're always angry and bitter, you're going to be like this kid. You're going to be a useful idiot, and you will be dead. This is what religious leaders should be teaching the parents and the children of what's happening right now in the news, and the lessons that you can learn. That our children are being weaponized by evil cults, and in this case, the FBI, the CIA, because the FBI, this kid outsmarted the FBI and the Secret Service. No. This kid was a patsy and they executed him. No. And where are the religious leaders? Silent. They are silent. Not saying a damn word and not telling these kids to stop the hate, to stop the anger. Don't fall for the trap. This is so. Wow, this is. Wow. What else? Why Secret Service? Let's go to RT News. Russia Times. The United Nations urges a restraint after deadly Israeli strike on Yemen. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, Israel, stop fighting with the Muslims. Yeah, hey, you Jews, stop fighting Muslims. Oh, okay, UN, we'll stop fighting. And Yemen, don't fight back. Turn the other cheek. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're Yemenis. We love the Israelis. Yeah, what a UN urges restraint. I mean, really? I mean, no. There's nothing you can tell an Israeli. There's nothing you can tell a Muslim that will make any sense to them. They will not listen to you. They want to kill each other. Don't get sucked in to their little wars. Don't get sucked in. It's a black hole of misery. It's a black hole. Thank God they live on the other side of the earth. But they keep coming over here and they want to bring their deadly wars into our neighborhoods. Crazy. Adidas drops Bea Hadid from ad after Israeli criticism. RT Entertainment. Oh wow. Jeez Louise, man. Everybody is censoring, dropping. That's all we do, man, is censor and drop people. Israel's long arm will reach its enemies anywhere. Netanyahu. Oh, wow, man, that sounds like a godly man there, huh? Okay, Israel conducts first direct air raid on Yemen. Okay, no. I don't want to see that. Is there anybody? Everybody's asleep. Wow. Let's see what else we got. There's a lot of news on the COVID vaccine, but we can't talk about that on this channel. I want to get Rick in trouble. Huh. Is there anything else in the news that we can talk about? Wow. We can talk about what else is there? I'm sorry, guys. I'm going through the news articles. I'm trying to find news articles that make me think these people are Jehovah's Witnesses with a different name. Because I've noticed that a lot of things in the news, I'm like, damn, this sounds like us Jehovah's Witnesses. It's just the names have changed. So glyphosate is present in 57% of the sperm samples from infertile men. Wow. So 57% of the men that are infertile, they have a lot of glyphosate in their balls. Oh, that's crazy. Did you guys see the karma today? So there was this. So if anybody that's been watching the WNBA, so Caitlin Clark they had this weekend in Phoenix. They had the All-Star game. It's the All-Star break. So they stop playing basketball. They go on a break, get some rest to play the second half of the season. And in the break, they have the All-Stars. And the All-Stars was there. And there was two teams playing. The All-Stars of the women basketball, the WNBA. And the other team was Team USA, the women who are part of the WNBA, but that are going to Paris. They're going to Paris to play in the Olympics. So Caitlin Clark should have been on that Olympic team, but they snubbed her, and they've been snubbing her before she got on got on the WNBA, and while she was on it. So there was a lot of hatred for Caitlin Clark. Now, Caitlin Clark had more people vote for her to be part of the NBA playoff All-Star team than there were votes in all last year. So her popularity was so great that just the amount of people that voted for her superseded all of that voted for everybody combined in last year's voting for the All-Stars. So she would go to a stadium, unless she would go to, I forget what cities it were, but like she would go to like Seattle and they were like, no, Las Vegas. So she went to Las Vegas to play, but they had to change the venue to a bigger stadium because it was a sold out arena. So instead of just playing to 10,000 people, they moved to a bigger arena and then like 19,000 people, and it's sold out. And it's called the Caitlin Clark effect. So she's like the Michael Jordan of basketball for the women's. So today she's playing the Olympic team that had snubbed her. And then there was an injury there was a person that was injured in the Olympic team and wasn't going to be able to join the team for the Olympics. So they were like, naturally, we'll put in Caitlin Clark. She's the right person to put in. They snubbed her. So karma showed up at Phoenix today, and Caitlin Clark, the two rookies, and Angel Reese, and all of the other girls that didn't make the USA Olympic team, they beat the USA team. They didn't just beat them; they beat them badly, embarrassment, a beating. So that's what the karma was today. The karma was, these people were snubbing her because she's a rookie, and now the USA women's team that are going to Paris, they're calling them the Granny Squad, because all of them, a lot of them are older, people that have been playing for 10, 15 years in the league. So the rookies beat the veterans today. And so it was a sign of karma. This is what you get when you don't hire the very best people to play in the team. And it was just a sign that karma is real. And that's something that we never were taught in the Jehovah's Witness world about karma. And we all don't have to agree on karma. It's like, just because you think karma is this and I think karma is that, it's not you don't have to fight over it. It's not like, we lose friendships over it. But karma, the nice thing about karma is that when you're talking to somebody, for the first, second, third time, whatever, friend, you can use karma and it's kind of neutral. Nobody thinks that you're trying to preach to them. But, if you start using the Bible text that, with the measuring stick that you measure, you will be judged, that comes across a little bit as pontificating, being a little too preachy. But the karma, you can preach karma and you can have the same effect on people without people feeling that you're being preachy or biblically judgmental. But that's one thing I didn't like when I was a Jehovah's Witness, because when I was a Jehovah's Witness, I liked talking about karma. It interests me. I found it a very interesting topic. But no, not the Jehovah's Witnesses. They're even afraid of karma. Why? Because karma is real, and everything we're seeing now in the news is that karma's kicking Watchtower's ass on the legal front. So that's my take on karma. What else? Fox News confirms there were at least 3 shooters. Oh my God. We went from 1 shooter to 3. But could the Secret Service agents that returned fire, are they one of the 3? Or were there 3 shooters and the Secret Service? Wow. So, Fox News reports that a local sniper team did fire a shot during the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. The development appears to confirm that there were indeed 3 separate shooters as the incident unfolded. Wow. So there's three shooters. Oh, whoa. So what they're saying here is the truth is that Jovan believes that there were indeed two snipers, but not in the way Fox News explains it. Not two different snipers for the good guys, but two different snipers for the bad guys. In other words, a second shooter who was the real shooter. The kid was just a patsy, designed to distract everyone from the real shooter. That's Jovan's take. So why is Fox News now coming out and admitting there was a third shooter? Because it's undeniable at this point that there were at least 3 shooters. The dam is broken. So there's 2 shooters and the Secret Service shooter, the government shooter. So that's 3. That's the report that's coming out right now. So what do you believe? Were there 3 shooters or 2? I think we all can agree that we're being lied to. And why can't people just say, I don't know? Like if you're a news reporter, say, you know what, we don't know. I don't know. I think, yeah, that's part of the problem too. Everybody's a know-it-all. And then when they come to when people start finding out that they were lying, people start losing trust. Kind of like Jehovah's Witnesses. You start to find out that they're a bunch of liars, and now you don't trust anything that they say. There's nothing that Watchtower can say that will make an apostate believe them. And that's where we're at right now. It's like the whole United States, right? The whole United States, well, good, let's say 70% of them, maybe 60, are like apostates. They don't believe anything that's in the news anymore. Think about that. Just like apostates don't believe a damn thing Watchtower says, that's where we're at right now in the political realm. A huge number, the great majority of Americans do not believe anything that's coming out of the news media's mouth. And we know that's true. How do we know that's true? Because you could have somebody, and I'm not, like Joe Rogan, he's tatted out, he's all into violence at the UFC and smoking weed and eating mushrooms. And I'm not judging him, but what I'm saying is that somebody like Joe Rogan, who's doing all that, right? And, is dressing down, he will have 10, 50, 100 times more viewers than somebody on Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. A person like Tucker Carlson that got fired from Fox News now has tripled, quadrupled the amount of people in his audience than he had when he was with Fox News. So it's interesting that this is what's happening with the Jehovah's. Like we already saw this with the Jehovah's Witness before all of this. That ex-Jehovah's Witnesses will reach way more people than they ever have when they were Jehovah's Witness. Think about it. Think about it. Rick Farron could have a video that could reach, hundreds of thousands of people, but he never, as a Jehovah's Witness, could reach that kind of audience. That's what you have right now in the real world. That your local guy, a local citizen journalist, could have more views and whose opinion is more valued than that of billion-dollar corporations that have all of the great technology, all of the great studios, but nobody believes them. And that's Watchtower. So Watchtower has Ramapo, and they have all of these great studios. They have all of these great movies and videos, but nobody gives a shit. Nobody believes a damn thing. These videos are worthless. Nobody references them. Nobody goes back. They're like one-hit wonders. They show them once at an assembly, and nobody goes back and watches it over and over and over again. Now, for those of you guys that have been watching my show, with my brother Jesse and I, we start the show, we have that Dean Martin clip where he's at the barbershop and he goes, "Hi guys." That clip gets viewed by a lot of people on YouTube. But Watchtower doesn't have that kind of audience where people are like, you know what? I want to watch that video again that Watchtower produced, back in 19, so-and-so, or the year 2020. Nobody does that. Their videos are one dimensional, one use only. Watchtower's videos are like toilet paper. You can only use it once. Once that toilet paper is used, man, it has to go to its final destination. That's a Watchtower video. That's a Watchtower magazine. Everything out of the Watchtower has a single purpose use. And it will not stand the test of time. And so we see that right now also happening with CNN. We see that with MSNBC News. They have all of the money, all of the resources, but nobody gives a shit. But the apostates in the political realm, the apostates in the financial realm, the apostates in religious realm have dominated YouTube. I'll look at apostates who talk about gold, silver. They talk about the Federal Reserve. They'll get 10 times more views than Fox Business. They're well more respected. The people in these videos are way more respected than the people in the Fox Business sector. So that's the parallel between what you see in our modern life, is that life is mimicking the Jehovah's Witness life. We as ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, we're seeing, it's like deja vu. We're seeing it all over again. And then we think, whoa, this cult thing, this cult life, this cult pattern, it's all over in every aspect of our lives, in politics and finance and just everywhere. You can't escape it. As an apostate, you could run, but you can't hide. Everywhere you go, you see this cult-like behavior. Wow. I wonder if Pipa or Peppa is still listening. Is Pipa or Peppa? Hey, Rick Farron. Hey, Rick. You see the light? Hey, wake up. You see, somebody turn on the light. But you guys got to wake up. They went back to sleep. Let me try this. Their mic is not connected. Oh. So they can't hear the show. That's the thing. Holy shit, it's been an hour now. I've been on this show for a whole hour. Man. I've been trying to ride this ship for an hour to its final destination, but nobody in the Six Screens headquarters will wake up and turn off the show. Pipa and Peppa is still on. So, does Pipa or Peppa count as one viewer or two? I wonder. Emergency preparedness, how to survive a nuclear attack. Really? Do you want to survive a nuclear attack? I mean, really, think about that. Do you want to be I mean, really, you know, if there's going to be a nuclear bomb and, you know, you're within that circle zone, do you really want to survive? You know, and have all that radiation poisoning all over your body and dying a slow death, or would you rather just be vaporized within an instant of a second? You know, that's what I'm talking about, you know? It's the crazy news. I mean, yeah, it's a catchy headline, but how to survive a nuclear attack? I mean, really? I mean, you got nothing better to talk about? Essential oils for prepping, must have for your survival kit. Man, sounds like fear. Trying to scare me into purchasing something. EMP preparedness, how to protect your electronics. Like build your own Faraday cage. Man, if that isn't fear, I don't know what is. That's fear. A lot of people live in that fear. Man, everywhere you go, you see fear, fear, and fear. Wow. Wow. What else can we talk about? What other subject can we discuss in Eric's abandoned show? What other? Let's see. We talked about dating, dating, worldly people after you leave the Jehovah's Witnesses. You know what? There was and I didn't follow her advice, but there's this girl I used to go when I was in high school with, and she got a huge job in government. She's way up there, like way up there in state government. And this happened about 3 or 4 years ago. We're at a wedding and stuff, and she told me that she goes, you should go. You should have sex. She told me I had to have sex with like 9 people before I finally get married. Like, have sex with the 9th, 10th person and get married. And I didn't say anything. I didn't argue with her, and I just left it at that. But I was like surprised that she gave me this counsel. I was like, what? Why? Like, wow. But then again, she was an ex-JW. But I've never had a worldly person that I know. I've never heard people like talk like that. Never ever heard. In all my worldly friends, I know some of my people that I know that were of the world. They were wild and crazy guys, but they never gave advice like that. They kept it a secret. How they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Like, I don't know. It's just maybe the look of the draw. All my friends have always been like, I'm not going to talk about my sex life. I'm not going to talk about your sex life. I'm not going to go into intimate details. Just, you do you and I do me, and we're not doing it together. And I've always gotten along with the worldly people. But there's something about the Jehovah's Witness experience where TMI, too much information. Have you noticed that? Am I the only one that notices, like, when all of these ex-Jehovah's Witness, shows where people are being interviewed? We're like, yeah, I was disfellowshipped, 14 times for pornea. 10 of them were with females, and 4 times it was during masturbation and porn addiction. And then, like, they're telling all this stuff, and and they're proud of it, like it's a badge of honor, and they're doing it on a show on YouTube, then you can see their face, it's like how many times can you get this fellowship? And then and you're like, once is enough, right? No, not these Jehovah's Witnesses. They want to get this fellowship 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, and they got to make sure it's all for pornea, and then they have to tell you about it in great detail, and why do these? I don't understand it. There's something about the Jehovah's Witness experience where people are way, way open TMI on their sexual preferences, relationships, whatever experience, that and worldly people, quote worldly, unquote worldly people, I've never had that experience with them, And I had a friend of mine who's, he was a homosexual prostitute, for that matter, and he, I worked with them, and he would tell stories, but nothing like a Jehovah's Witness. I mean, he didn't name names. He didn't tell you, he did not name names, and he didn't tell you, I had sex with this guy who was related to so and so, and his mother, nothing like that. The Jehovah's Witnesses are they kiss and tell. There was a presiding overseer in my congregation, in the yada yada city, and it was this congregation. He was a presiding overseer, Brother Jones, for 30 years, and I banged his daughter. I was like, what the? Just telling everybody all the dirty details, and you name names. Is it me? Or have you noticed this too when you browse through the different JW websites? I don't know. I love my ex-Jehovah's Witness brothers, man, but please, let's, TMI, man, let's tone it down a bit. I don't need to know, that you were in a hotel room or in the back of a Chevrolet. But I don't know. There's just so much information, and it's a Jehovah's Witness. I guess you have to be a Jehovah's Witness, ex-Jehovah's Witness, to understand what I'm talking about. So that's that. What else is there? What else is there? What's new that I could tell you at 2 a.m. that would be interesting? I think I'm falling asleep, man. Let's see. How many people are watching now? 14 people watching and only 1 person in the chat. Talk to me. I'm falling asleep too. Got to keep this ship going. This show is like a car. Like, imagine you're walking, it's late at night, and you go through Walmart parking lot, and there's a car with the windows down, and it's the car is running. The keys are on the ignition, and you try to turn off the car, but the car won't turn off. So then it starts to rain, and you get in the car, and you turn on the heater or the AC, whatever, and you don't take off anymore. You don't drive. You just make sure that the car doesn't get stolen or something. You're just there, protecting it. That's what I'm doing here. We're protecting this show from being hijacked by other intruders. So, how many of you 14 are awake? Some of the 14 have already dozed off, and the computer, their laptop is still on. If that's you, press 1. I bet you somebody presses 1. Like, how could that be you, you know? How could you press 1 and still be asleep, you know? Maybe they're maybe sleepwalkers. Has a Jehovah's Witness ever been a sleepwalker and he goes and knocks on his neighbor's door and presents the magazines? Now that's a topic we could discuss at 2 in the morning on the 6 screens of the Watchtower. What other crazy anomalies happen in the JW world? I don't know. Shall I just abandon ship? Shall I leave the ship abandoned? I say, hey, it's not my ship. You know, what do I care? I'll just let it crash. Wonder why Eric just didn't pick up the phone and call Rick. You know, ring, ring, wakes him up, and then he turns it off. Maybe that's what I should do. But at this hour in the morning, when people are getting their second wind of sleep, not a good idea to call people. It's like, let it go. Let them sleep. Poor Rick had a hard day at work. He deserves to sleep. Let's see. Pipa says, although I am enjoying listening to you, if you are tired, maybe you should go to sleep. Almost 11:30 where I am, so my day has just started. Oh, 11:30 in the morning or 11:30 at night? Pipa would be like 11:30. That would be on the other side of the earth, so I don't know. I'm enjoying listening to you. Well, you are easily entertained, I may say. Because, yeah, I'm kind of tired because I can't think of anything to say. And the things that I don't want to talk about is because it'll be too revealing, and I'm I don't want to reveal too much, you know. I don't want to talk about the personal details of my life, you know, like a lot of XJWs do, you know. So, but I will. AM 11. So AM, that would put Pipa 11:30 a.m. I can't think right now because it's so that would put you somewhere like in, not like, I'm thinking in like that would put you somewhere like perhaps Italy, Europe, somewhere. You'd have to be on the other continent. España. That was my next guess. Oh, entonces hablas español. ¿Sabes qué? Podemos hacer esto en español. Pero entonces nomás una persona va a entender y los otros 14 van a decir, ¿de qué está hablando este muchacho? So let's go back to English. But Spain. There's a report in Spain that there was a town in Spain, I think it could have been Barcelona or something, where the people were like sick and tired of all the tourists, and they were actually like throwing water bottles and stuff and telling the tourists like to leave town. Talk about lack of hospitality. I don't know, but there has to be more to that story. But imagine, you go to a place like Las Vegas and the people from Las Vegas tell you to leave. That's unheard of. It must be a European type thing. Why would the Europeans in Spain, why would they kick out the tourists? Now, I will tell you one thing why. Because when I was in Spain and I was with a group of people, I made sure I let everybody know that I was from Mexico, and then I got treated better. But all of the Americans didn't get treated really well. But I can't blame them, because there was something so beautiful I saw in Spain. It was really late at it wasn't late. It was like, sun just gone down. It's like 8 o'clock at night. And all of these women and men dressed really beautiful. You thought they were going to go to church or something. And they weren't. They were walking down, and they were going to go get a hot chocolate or a coffee, espresso, and, a churro, some kind of, pastry. But they were dressed like if you would go to a wedding, dressed really nice. And the Americans were dressed like slobs, and they all wanted to go eat at McDonald's because they didn't like the food. It was weird. And in all fairness, I didn't eat much in Spain because the coffee was so damn good that I think we would have so much coffee. And then the last stop that we made in Spain before we got to Portugal, we made sure we got a few more cups of coffee because it was so damn delicious. And then we went into Portugal. But that's my experience with it's because of the rental prices. It's driving up the cost of everything else. Yes, that's what it was. But that's one thing I've noticed about the American culture. It's like you'll go to McDonald's and you'll get a 24-ounce coffee. Everything is big, and then you drink it real fast. But in Spain, it was different. You would get a 4 ounces of espresso, or it would be like 2 ounces of espresso and 2 ounces of heavy cream and a spoonful of sugar. So it was a small cup, and you would sip it, and you wouldn't gulp it down. But on the American side, you gulp everything. You just gulp. And then, it was just a different way of eating, a different way of dining, and it came in courses. Like we go to McDonald's and we get everything in one big fat plate. And then when we were eating in Spain, it was like in 5 or 6 courses. And the people were upset because they wanted the food to come faster. And that wasn't the purpose of having everything in courses, was so you can enjoy the whole dining experience. And I noticed that a lot of the waiters were kind of like disgusted, because the Americans wouldn't join their tradition. Like they wanted the Spaniards to be like them. And we're like, no, you're in Spain. You got to do it this way. And that's why I always tell it when I was in that group. I would tell everybody, I'm from Mexico, and I got treated a lot nicer than my American contemporaries. So that's my story of Spain. So, Pipa Pepa, and I wonder, wow. So, I think Pepa, everyone's asleep here in the States, and they left their computer on, and I'm just talking to them. You know what? They're going to have dreams about me. They're going to say, you know what, Gilbert, I was dreaming about you the other night. That would be neat. Yeah, I hate it if I go to eat somewhere and I am rushed. Yep, that's the American way, Everything is a rush. And they throw all of the food in one plate or two, and then you go. And not all cultures do that. It's done in courses, because you have to enjoy the dining experience. And it's so that is one bad thing about the American experience. Yeah, as far as the food, it's a lot different. Our experience than I think the French don't got it the French are not like how you say very. See, the French just care about two things, you know, making sure their food is delicious and making sure that they pronounce their words correctly. Everything else, whatever. But they got those two things packed down, you know. They know how to pronounce every word correctly in their language, and they know how to cook. But everything else, so, but they got, I think that's, tienes el humor español. Yeah. And speaking of humor, humor, a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses don't have a sense of humor. You know, when they leave Watchtower, I would be saying that I've been saying this since like 2016 and on YouTube when I talk to people that a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, they lost their sense of humor with Watchtower. And they're angry and they're bitter, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. Like, man, you got to learn to get your sense of humor back. You know, go to the Kingdom Hall and says, I think I left my sense of humor here somewhere, you know, get it. But I don't know if you noticed that, but I've noticed that a lot about ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. They're uptight. You know, I think part of it is the research. A lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses are researching. And you're doing all of this research and you're like, dude, why don't you take a break? You know, smoke a cigarette, you know, smoke a pipe, cigar, drink a bottle of wine. Just, you know, it's okay. You know, you don't have to know all the answers. It's okay. Just enjoy life. But they're so stuck on this research that they have to learn everything about the Illuminati and the occult and the Freemasons. And calm down. Keep your shirt on. You know? Yeah, you know. No. You're better off. I think that's part of the sense of humor. That's why a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses have lost their sense of humor because they just take everything too seriously. And that's not healthy. I will say goodnight, then you can go to bed. Feliz sueños. Oh, yes. I should end it with las mañanitas. Yeah, sing las mañanitas. Well, I tried, guys. I tried to bring this ship safely home, but I'm going to abandon the ship. I'm going to abandon this ship, and I hope it doesn't go to the rocky shores. I hope it lands on soft sand. But I will see you next weekend when our show comes on with me and my brother and I. We'll have a good topic for you. Very good topic. You guys will really, really love the show. So signing out, guys. Make sure you put your life vest on before you go to bed, because I don't know what's going to happen to this ship. Buenas noches.